This should just fucking work now. Hopefully. Unless it doesn't. Okay, good. Good. Oh my god. Right. Right. Good. Good shit. Okay. Fuck. What were we doing? Again? What before I got fucking like derailed for an hour because the game wouldn't fucking load? Oh yeah, we're gonna do Old World Blues. Good.
Welcome back, gentlemen. This is Mr. New Vegas. Thank you very, very much for listening. And now the news. Rumors persist about a super mutant refuge nestled high in the ski lodge to the northwest. If you should find it, do not, repeat, do not belittle a super mutant for taking the bunny slope. Also in the headlines, the King's Gang in Freeside has put an official end to the hostilities with the NCR. An RNV reporter was on hand to speak with the King.
I feel so bad. I think it's time we reconsider, baby.
You know, I think all news, whether it's good or bad, brings us closer together. Don't you? Coming up, I've got some tunes I think all of you are gonna like.
Alright. That's good. Anyways, so I think what do we do? A bunch of fucking side quests. Yeah, a bunch of NCR side missions, some piss, boons shit, and we went to the Thorn to get some shit. We're still wearing Randall's armor. Let's see. Where the fuck? Yeah, let's go put some shit away. Northgate. Yo, what's up? Yeah. Nice. Right. Now, I think... Yeah, Raul won't be able to join us when we do this. Unfortunately. But I should be able to bring most of my crap. I think. Keeping that on standby. Sandier grenade, Maria. Okay, we need a gun to commit to right now because this is too many. Maria's a good 9mm. Pew pew. No. cold. Uh, I have memories of Big Mountain. I know what's expected. What we're expecting there. Fuck. That gun? What's your GPS? 117, Maria, 93. We're keeping the anti-material rifle. Obviously. Alien blaster? Might be good. Oh, right, we have... Yeah. I can't read what's on the side of the gun. Because there's a weird more effect going on. Why did I put the weapons in here? Don't be doing that. There we go. All right. Just want to make sure which hat we got. Keep the rattan hat. Yeah. Alright. And... can't use that. Just make sure we don't carry anything we don't need to. A real good thing that weighs anything. So let's see. Yeah, let's drop the guitar in here. Fuck. God. This is it fucking hurts me to see a guitar abused like this. God. Okay. There you go. And let's put down fucking where the fuck? Okay. Yeah, Joshua Graham's Bible. There you go. Right. Oh, we're carrying 100 pounds, but we're not completely fucking being stupid right now. Anyways, leave it, Eddie. Right here. Around.
I'm glad you decided to off one of the most powerful men in the Mojave. Life was getting boring anyway. Really.
Nice. Yeah.
Good call. I mean, if that's what you really want, boss.
Yep.
Hey, as long as you're not asking me to go back to Black Mountain, I'm a happy old man.
Oh yeah. Anyways. Off we go. Hell yeah. That mod really should clear the soundscape of like the actual radio. I know that's probably like a big pain in the ass to do, but it's really important, you know. Anyways. All the way. Yeah, let's just go to Nipton, walk the rest of the way. DLC 3. Here we go. Right, I forgot. Nipton's fucked. Who the fuck are you? Oh, Powder Ganger. There you go. Yeah. Moving them means they would die, so... yeah. They're gonna die either way. Might as well make it fast. I say fast. How much time has passed in game? God, I don't even know what the date in the game is. If it's day, month, year, then 3rd of February, 2282? Yeah. Anyways. We've explored most of the map at this point, I think. Yeah. Minus some shit in New Vegas. And some stuff near the dam. Okay, yeah, it's just Searchlight, the dam, and New Vegas proper. We have not explored completely. And there's these 2 locations which, also, just want to make sure. There we go. Oh boy. You know, the background track reminds me of a game that... it's October. Which means... Excuse me. Excuse me. I was about to take a fucking sippy of some conch. Where the fuck? You. Hey. Hey, you. What the fuck you doing? You trying to sneak up on me? Who are you? Jackal gang leader. Get fucked. Thanks. Thanks, Misfortune. She doesn't kill them, she just knocks them over. And hopefully the fucking... Oh, he's got a cowboy repeater. Yeah, she just knocks them over and hopes the knockback will kill them. Oh, the rat scorpions fucked them up. Okay. Yeah. No, that... Waka, waka. Thank you. She doesn't kill them, she just puts them in situations where they'll die faster. Cool. Cool. Anyways, I've been thinking about the Honest Hearts DLC. Thinking back on it, I kind of think we should have chosen Joshua Graham's method of dealing with the sorrows and the white legs. But also, I don't like Joshua Graham. So, Anyways. Is there a radio signal here? Blues. We're prepared this time. We're prepared this time. Don't worry about it. The crash satellite seems to be the source of the strange transmission you received. Overall Blues is recommended for experienced couriers, level 15 plus. You have a premonition that while you'll be unable to return to Mojave until you solve the mysteries of the Big Empty, you will be able to take anything you carry with you, and you will be able to return to the Big Empty anytime after completing Overworld Blues. If you are up to the challenge, and you have all you want to carry with you... Oh.
Miss Queckless Mac is now following.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Anyways, examine the satellite a little closer. The atomic wonders of science await. Alright. Anyways, so yeah, years ago, I streamed New Vegas on YouTube, and I bungled it real fucking bad. We started this DLC with a character that was level 5 on hardcore mode. Woefully unprepared. And basically soft locked the game. And that was, you know, an alternate reality version of Detective Whiskey 6 called 6 Whiskey. And yeah, he's currently drowning his fucking misery in the 6 whiskeys he brought with him there for all time. Well, let's see if Whiskey 6 can do better. Probably. Only played the DLCs once, and I remember really struggling with Overworld Blues. Yeah. It's dick cramps.
In the years before the Great War, Big Mountain had been the home to the brightest minds of the 21st century. Scientists of vision were drawn to the facility to tackle the greatest technological challenges of the era. They sought to create a new world, fueled by technology for the benefit of all mankind. Sonic emitters, space-age alloys, DNA hybridization, force field particle...
They were working on Catboys?
Advances,
what?
Cranial, cardiac, and trauma surgery. The hopes and dreams of a century became realities in the electronic forges of Big Mountain. The nucleus of this research was the Dome, a huge stone facility that held the labs of every science known to man.
I wonder why it was made of stone.
It was a think tank where no problem could not be solved, where no question could not be answered. The Great War brought a new energy to Big Mountain and its scientists. Although sheltered from the front lines, the scientists waged their own war, fighting their battles at the atomic level. Equations and calculations marched endlessly across chalkboards and computer terminals toward one solution: winning the war. For years, the minds and computers of Big Mountain were a blaze of trajectories, weapon schematics, and nuclear theories. The problems began to outpace the solutions, first geometrically, then exponentially. As the war escalated, so did the questions. On the night of October 23rd, 2077, the scientists received an answer that put all their questions to rest.
Boom.
In the aftermath, Big Mountain's silent experiments went to sleep, their creators slowly dying in the new world that had been left behind. And the great stone in the middle of the Big Empty lay untouched, filled with countless technological wonders. Wonders that, in the end, had been answers to the wrong question.
Cowboys and cat girls are the cure for depression. God, I would fucking take that. You feel strangely heavier. A quick inspection of your body reveals faint surgical scars around your head, chest, and back. Damn it. They done took my kidneys. No. Yeah. Ass. Oh. Anyways. Yeah. Big Mountain. I already know where everything is because we took the perk that lets us see that. It's one thing that always bugged me. Why do they constantly switch from calling it the Big Empty, Big MT, and Big Mountain? MT is short for mountain. It's a pun. That's why. They call it the Big Empty because it's Big Mountain. The Big Mountain. I know, it's just a pet peeve for me. Yeah. This is where Wild Wasteland went to die. Anyways, here's my stats. Level 46. Yeah. Yeah. Still got all my shit. Put that on. Keep on my hat. Yes, I'm playing with a controller because the keyboard controls for New Vegas are dog shit. Let's investigate our surroundings. Well, you shouldn't have too much trouble in that case. Yeah. Well, we did Honest Hearts at about level 20. Or no, Dead Money at level 20. Honest Hearts at like level 30. Any mods or is this vanilla? There's some patches to stop the game from crashing. And I have the copyright-free radio mod, which isn't gonna mean anything because there's no radio in Big Mountain. But that's about it. Take all the ammo. But yeah. Personality files damaged or missing. Insert backup holotape to restore files. Well, I don't have that. Look at that. Shit's pretty fucking pristine for being Scientist Club. What the fuck? Okay. Muggy! Is the boy. It's a glove of science! Yes, it is. Science! Yeah. Mad Scientist Scrubs. Sweet. How we look with that? Yeah, pretty good. Most mad scientists are scrubs. I can attest to this. Recon armor helmet. Dog shit. The Edomatic. Oh. Okay. Autodoc. Cola. Sarsaparilla. The sink. I did not turn that on, by the way. I was not the one that activated the radio. A strange feeling of pacifism comes over you, and you find you cannot draw your weapon for some reason. Huh. Shit, everything's neon. Okay.
I thought I heard the pacification fields kick in. All right, shh. Nobody move. I'll handle this. Be warned, intruder. You are in the presence of a mighty think tank of Big Mountain. The collective geniuses of... We... By Oppenheimer, which one of you self-professed geniuses has been adjusting my volume knob? Who was it? Was it you, 8? Oh, Dr. O, was it? Likely story. O couldn't spark 2 neurons if they were in a lattice of biomed gel.
What? Me? Breaking news, Klein. It wasn't me, all right? I'm the robotical engineer. 8 is sound waves. That's his specialty. You always do this. You always demean me in front of guests. And it's not O, all right? It's...
Enough! Either of you do it again, it'll be the last time. Now... Great. Now I forgot what I was saying. What was I talking about?
They're robo-brains. Damn. I'll be honest, I don't remember shit about this, even though this is where I bungled up the fucking playthrough massively all those years ago. Not to cut your speech off, is there something coming in on the big monitor?
Dr. Klein!
a transmission from the Forbidden Zone, coming right at us. It can only be...
If it isn't my old colleagues, the mighty think tank of Big Mountain. Big fools, all of you. It is I, Dr. Mobius, transmitting from my dome-shaped dome in the Forbidden Zone. A zone that is, yes, forbidden to you! Even now, my deadly robo-scorpions swarm across Big Mountain with their pincers and pointy laser tails. Soon, all science will be mine! Even the technology sealed in the Big Mountain research centers cannot save you. So cower in your think tank. Wait for the end. That's all. Goodbye.
Mobius. Always the same broadcast. He's clearly mad, driven insane by his flawed and imprecise kindergarten-level research methodology.
What are we going to do? There's no way we can breach the Forbidden Zone. There's those robot scorpions everywhere.
The Forbidden Zone, where no brain has ever entered, nor ever returned.
Except Dr. Mobius, and the technologies that could save us. They are out of our reach.
And Dr. Mobius mocks us. Did you see his cracked monitor? He's clearly let himself go.
What? Ask the lobotomite for help? Abe, I think you need the fluid levels in your logic assist pumps checked.
If this lobotomite responded, Dr. Klein, then it is clearly intelligent, perhaps even displays heretofore unknown levels of helpfulness.
But what of its brain? We scooped that out. We don't even know where we left it. And for putting it back in, none of us have the knowledge.
Yes, but it's still aware and responsive. Look at it. It's regarding us even now, with its big teddy bear eyes. If we ask it politely, and leave the part about the unnecessary, ruthless lobotomizing out, it might be favorably disposed to us.
Yeah, about that. You removed my brain?
We removed your brain, yes. So soft, barely wrinkled, yet so flush with knowledge and experience.
Coils. The coils of Nikola Tesla.
You calling me fucking smooth brain? Huh? Well, I ain't smooth brain now, huh? No. Head empty, bitch. Your brain has been replaced with advanced technologies. Your head can no longer be crippled and is resistant to chem addiction, plus 25% resistance and shock from bodily damage, plus 5 damage threshold minimum, plus 1. Good shit.
Yeah, Abe, no need to brag. Wherever your brain is, it's transmitting thoughts to you through the,
The Tesla coils in its head.
This is fortunate in many respects. If your brain was anywhere in the dome, why, you could access your aggression centers.
Circumventing the pacification field. This is a no-no. We have never been in a fight. We do not want that. Reminds me of my days in American High. And Richie Marcus.
The fucking exposition is just like, oh god. When I played this the first time, I was like, get it over with, holy fuck. But like They're so fucking stupid. I love it. I generally don't really like this DLC, but the meeting with your brain chef's kiss. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's great. That doesn't explain the laser sutures on my chest and my spine.
Darla, was it necessary this time?
I assume full responsibility. I take my duties in the prodding and excision of living, breathing tissue quite seriously. Although in truth, the autodoc had done most of the work already. Quite industrious, almost cut into all my investigations. Once it had removed the brain and I misplaced it, other organs began to cry for direction, using your nerves as telegraph wires. Rather than let them send their signals, I removed them as well. Shh, little organs. Go to sleep in your tanks. Dala loves you.
First was the heart.
The scars on your chest seem to confirm what the think tank is saying. You cannot be poisoned, and filters in your artificial blood pump will regulate bleeding and healing, allowing all healing items, chems, to function at a higher level, plus 25%. Robots are now confused by you, and 50% less likely to score a critical hit. Because I'm a fucking cyborg now.
Oh, wait, I mean, second was the heart. Brain was first. Third was the spine.
Due to complications with the procedure, your spine has been replaced as well. Your torso can no longer be crippled, and your strength and damage threshold have been increased by 1. Well, I have max... Well, no, I don't have max strength. I have... Okay.
Spine. Totally overrated, that arrangement of vertebrae. Look at me, with my lumbar and thoracic curvature. Never had a use for any of that. Spineless is what I prefer.
Yeah, I'm sure. Dr. Dalla's fetish is fleshiness. Yeah! Yeah. These guys are fucked. In so many ways. What do you mean misplaced my brain?
To be correct, you should say the autodoc took out your brain. It did all the heavy lifting. It has never worked so hard before. It was unusual. It worked so hard on your surgery, it destroyed its own memory. How odd. I bet your brain remembers what happened.
That autodoc junk heap was one of Mobius's creations, like the rest of the talking scrap metal in the attic.
After that, the brain lost itself. Not in the metaphysical sense. Might have gotten flushed into one of the pipes. Actually, that's pretty likely.
If so, it was flushed all the way to Mobius. Flush! That is the sound of flushing. By the Fisher of Rolando, enough of this biological surgery talk. Lobotomite, listen to my voice. It denominates me to ask, but we need your help. In most probable of probabilities, our enemy, Mobius, has your brain. This is not good. He will most likely come after our brains next. We want you to stop him, somehow, with science.
Don't sit here and tell me you don't throw a dollar by breathing heavily and exaggerating your mouth movements. Yeah, no, it's fine. But, like... Her interest is a little bit beyond just that. Yeah. First you scoop up my brain, now you want me to save you?
That is correct, yes. I hope you're not demonstrating resentment now. If you are, well, we can't have that.
What makes you so sure Mobius has my brain?
We have no idea. This line of questioning isn't important to us right now. Why are you asking these tangential questions? Stop it! We need these technologies. You need to get them. You must get them.
You are equipped to retrieve the technologies with your primitive form. We are not.
It's kind of embarrassing. You have hands, and a heartbeat, sort of, and eyes, mostly the hands. There's door handles and lockers and...
Enough! We need your help. Will you help us?
How about no? No. What do you need?
Excellent. This is turning out much better than the activate the retreat protocols and cower in my room idea I had earlier.
Agreed. Oh, and I've used my robotical knowledge to, transmit the radio map waves to... Settle down, 8. I would have gotten it in a second, all right? 8's transmitted the last known coordinates of the research centers. They, well, move sometimes. Or get buried. Or blow up.
8 is correct. All we need are the schematics. This does not mean we do not want the cold hard technology, however. So do not give in to your biological tired laziness and decide you would sweat too much carrying them. You have a new spine. Use it. And even if you die in the act of reclamation, simply reaching them will auto-transmitify the schematics to us. That is still good. For us.
Okay. Just going by memory, haven't played Old World Blues in almost 3 years. I haven't fucking touched New Vegas for, I think, what the fuck, 7 years, give or take. Before streaming this again. Yeah. What are these technologies?
The technologies are the X2 transmitter antenna array, used to focus coherent thought at excessively high frequencies.
The psychoanalytic, cardiac-dampening, sneaky stealth suit. A suit like nothing this world has ever heard, seen, or could ever see.
And 8's sonic soundwave emitter projectile gun, able to broadcast sound at lethal frequencies. It also gives a great biogel massage.
There. We have
Kinky.
informed you of all we need. We estimate if you are focused, your time investment will be minimal, by our standards. If you work quickly, you will be the recipient of a gesture of gratitude from us. We do not bestow these old-world gestures lightly.
Uh-huh. What if I take my time and explore the crater?
What illogic is this? Keep your filthy penis-tipped feet out of the secrets.
There are things here no lobotomite was meant
Penis.
to see. Things that would astound and possibly terrify. Terrify!
Yeah, we don't come into your lab and decant your solutions.
Only the magnificence of our monitors allow for true comprehension of the wonders of Big Mountain. Shield your jellied eyes lest they burn from your skull.
How would that even work? They're completely encased in biogel. Then you can help me get this done as quickly as possible? Sounds like a lot of walking.
Ah, That is correct. You must walk upon your many penised feet. Much slower than our advanced hovering robotical frames.
The little teddy bear could always run right into the pylon perimeter on its thick, turgid feet, returning it to us quickly, directly.
Don't call my feet thick. Fuck off. Oh my god. There's a perimeter?
The radar fence that surrounds the big mountain crater will protect you from straying beyond the facility.
The mighty radar fence protects us all. Get too close to the blinking posts, and the proximity warning shall be your warning. You are too close.
If you get near it, your vision will blur as the electrodes in your head shut off one by one. Click, click, click.
Possible memory loss will occur, along with long-term nerve degradation. It is tied to not having a brain attached to your nervous system. But the nerve degradation is nothing to worry about. Such degradation would take many lifespans to become evident, and all biology dies. Such tiny inconveniences are less than the greater convenience and conveyance. You see, if rendered unconscious by the pylons, you will be returned to the sink, seemingly instantaneously by your deadened perceptions.
Uh-huh. Do they have a function to create vibrations that would stimulate a massage in their dome thingies? I don't fucking know, man. I mean, like, fluid is non-compressible. So, like... You just fucking hook up a speaker to the thing. And put, like, high-frequency blah through it. That'll work. Fuck it, you know? Literally, just, like, at the bottom of where the fucking dome is, where it connects to the metal bit. If there's a speaker there, yeah, sure, fuck it. Sound massage. Whatever. So I can't leave. Why can't you go out there and shut them down?
Out there? We're not going out there. It's dangerous. We're smart, not suicidal.
Oh. Dr. Klein? Dr. Klein? If I may intersect for a moment.
What is it? The lobotomite is asking me things, and I'm trying to ignore them. My processors can't ignore you both at the same time.
Well, you know how we asked it to fetch the sonic emitter thing? Turns out we already have it. What are the odds?
What is this, a high school science fair? Get your act together. You're making us look like a collection of round earthers.
You're always yelling. My receptors can't take it anymore. And neither can my feelings.
I am yelling because you contaminated specimens can't keep your
they're not just stupid. Oh, they're not just stupid. They're fucking they are fucking stupid. They are willfully fucking stupid. Oh my god. Sorry. The greatest scientists. The greatest minds. That the last bastion of the American government could scramble together to come up with solutions to save humanity think the Earth is flat. Yeah, humanity's doomed. Fucking. Like, fucking... Holy shit. You know how many fucking satellites are currently in orbit around Earth? Just constantly taking pictures of the ground? Supposedly, these motherfuckers have access to that database. They have images in the background, specifically that... What the fuck, dude? For the love of... Please stop fighting.
It is truly the end of all intelligence when a lobotomite speaks more wisdom than you geniuses. So, if we have the sound wave, sonic projecto thing gun, then what in Heisenberg's name do we need from X8? Anyone?
I believe we need a new frequency embedded into the gun. It was designed to broadcast many sounds once charged. We just don't know the frequency.
And it is lost in X8, just as X8 is forever lost to us. The sadness of my high school days, the sadness of my youth lost.
Oh, really, Boros? All you did in high school was call me Fink Tattletale and all the kids you hated, you little teacher's pet brown hound.
Give the lobotomite the emitter. Does it have an audio effect frequency loaded?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so. Wait.
Gotta find one.
What is he doing?
I think he's sonjaculating into the gun, getting it warmed up.
Okay.
Ding. Turkey's done.
You give it to the lobotomite. I'm not touching that thing.
Oh, I don't think so.
I'll do it if you two are going to be ashamed of your own technological needs. Let me give it a little sonic sterilization first. Alright. All antibacterial fresh. Here, my little teddy bear. I have thoroughly removed all Robco terminate code spew from the device. It is clean, shiny, and ready for your hands.
Hold on a sec. Allow. Thanks. I don't understand why fucks was not a permitted term, but okay. Yeah, what is it? 8 just fucking ASMR'd a gun till he nutted. Autobot always oppresses me. I'm used to it. No, I don't understand why fucks specifically was not a permitted term, because I say cunt, like, constantly. So, like, I don't know. Okay. Energy cells have a high expenditure rate. Some extra reserve cells could offset that.
Yes, I believe Watt's Electronics tended to make the battery shelf life on the low end.
They certainly did. Batteries for my vivisectors would always come up short right before climax.
I think Watts manufactured holodiscs. Or was it holotapes? Never can keep those two straight. Anyway, we're out of small energy cells. Dala?
Right.
You have some? Why do we... Actually, never mind. I don't even want to know. No, I don't want to handle your batteries. Just pass them on to the lobotomite yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, Dolla's great. Looks like an energy projectile. Got anything that spits lead?
What did it say? Spits lead? What, like pencils?
Oh, I think it wants a combustion pistol.
A gun? Are you mad? We can't give it a gun. Guns kill. Leave big open holes in you that are like sores, but worse.
Yeah, like a plasma gun won't fucking incinerate you.
Correct. We already have given the teddy bear a lethal sonic death ray, filled with his sonic ejaculate and sterilized by my soft oohing. Giving the teddy bear a gun would be the equivalent.
I don't like the
of
term sonic ejaculate.
An Abraxo chaser. Delicious and redundantly deadly.
If you're going to bring the Socratic method into it, fine. Give the Loboto bear a combustion gun. Burroughs, don't you have something like that?
Are you mad? We can't give it a gun. Guns... Wait, I said that already. Yes, I have the Cyberdog gun. With the little floppy metal ears and the curious nose sensor. Here.
Fine. Done. That
Excuse
gun makes
me, what?
Uncomfortable anyway. Always worried it's going to hump my chassis. Anything else, lobotomite?
This gun looks hungry. Like to make sure it gets fed lots of bullets. Why did you turn a fucking cyber dog like Rex into a gun?
Fine. Moros, more ammo. The good stuff.
Top shelf ammunition. Let's see. Hollow point?
Fuck
That's
yes.
worthless, but tasty. Oh, and here's some JFP. As if bullets need jackets. The JFP might make it ill and poop a lot, but when you're hungry, you're hungry.
Yeah, it should be enough.
Careful where you're pointing that. That device wasn't always a weapon. It was more like a force field kind of thing. Once.
Force fields prevent us from moving, forward or backward.
They are irritating.
The sonic emitter was specially designed to disable our own safety fields here in Big Mountain. When some of us lost our access passes, Dr. O.
That only happened once. And I know you were behind stealth fielding my lab keys, Dalla. You formographer.
Dr. O, you rewind that comment.
Plenty of rewinding already going on in your formography tapes. Surprised that things don't snap out of their cases with repeated observations.
Just gonna process that sentence. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if they think Full Metal Jacket is bullets literally wearing little hoodies. That would be hilarious. Honestly. God. Wait, so this gun you gave me can disable force fields?
Yes.
Are you going to disable them?
Maybe. Well, no, not currently.
Yeah, we lost that part of the schematics. Or Boros did. In one of his stupid labs. Or inside one of his stupid pets.
It is lost. All questions lead to this conclusion. The blue fields within Big Mountain shall be fielded with force. Forever.
No. There's nothing more. I need to stop Mobius.
Fine, so, yes. Get these things for us. Do not attempt to comprehend their complicated schematics. That is for us to do.
Motherfucker, I have a science skill of 100. You ain't hiding shit from me. Alright.
Well, good. What are the token words spoken in this case? Thank you? Yes. Thank you.
Wait, is it leaving? But, Dr. Klein, the lobotomite will need rest, recuperation, things like that. I volunteer my chambers, so it might be stared at. My monitor radar is slowly scanning its form to collect sensitive data.
No! That would put it too close to us. It could press buttons, turn lights on and off, and worse, let other lobotomites in.
We could give it Mobius's old room. That's where its brain got scooped out anyway. And plus, some of its parts are already there. Might be more comforting for it to hang out with its spine and heart. Home is where the heart is, after all. See what I did there? Wet literal.
I suppose. We'll have to move that couch out of there. Been putting that off too long.
H says, let the lobotomite take the Sync Central Intelligence personality chip and reinstall it. That stuffy Mobius program butler can walk the lobotomite, feed it, barter with it for us.
It would also prevent it from going to Higgs Village and taking up residence there. With my teddy bears. And it would be nice to have it so close.
Your logic, combined with my desire to keep the think tank lobotomite free, has swayed me. Here, I present the Sync Central Intelligence. Lobotomite, take this chip to the sink, plug it in, and make sure the chip is clean, or it could skip. Then make whatever crude biologic demands you need of the sink. It will cater to most of your hormonal whims.
Cool, I'll tell it to jack me off. Honestly, don't blame them. Moving a couch out of a room is a fucking pain. Yeah. It's a weird place for a net. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't see when the auto ads go. But, yeah. On the upside, you get no pre-rolls. Anyways. I can trade with the Sync Intelligence. Then I'll need something to activate that function, won't I?
I cannot dispute your logic. Do we have objects to activate the chip's exchange routines?
What, like stuff? Things?
Yes, things.
I don't know. Might be some old Nuka-Cola or Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle caps lying around. It's not currency per se. Still might be enough to trick the Sync's trade routines. Mobius put that test line for caps in the code as a debug command, I think.
I don't believe that was Mobius's reason. His wild speculation concerning post-Holocaust economic systems was quite extensive and of high decibel.
Enough! Surrender these so-called bottle caps, Nuka and Sunset alike. In their role as things, they will serve as adequate test subjects.
All right, here, cap away. Hope that stupid chip chokes on them.
Dr. Mobius predicted using bottle caps after the apocalypse. Kind of want Mobius to say it's... I'm not even finishing that fucking sentence. Fuck off. God. That movie made it so I can't... So, like, I watched Doctor Who, right? And I really enjoyed when Matt Smith took over the role for a bit. And now I can't watch that portion of the show without having, like, severe fucking trauma because of the shitty Marvel movie. Oh, and being reminded that Matt Smith has no eyebrows. This amount clearly represents a deficiency in the amount of caps needed.
Again, your logic is unassailable in its simplistic need. Oh?
Fine. It's not going to help. That ship will probably refuse them anyway, as stuck up as it is.
I'm just robbing them blind. I'd hate to come back and ask for more. A little extra would guarantee you're not disturbed.
If I were not as intelligent as I am, I would feel as if perhaps I'm being tricked. Impossible. Oh, more.
Why don't you make the lobotomide a bottle cap factory, Klein? Or better yet, give it a ton of things to activate the chip.
I mean, they literally don't have eyes. They are already blind. I mean, they have optical relays. Probably. Like, there's cameras and shit in the room all over the place. They can see me. Let's be logical about this. I don't need a ton. Just as much as I can carry and trade.
Again, the logic of the request is clear. Tonnage is not needed, only adequate weight. Everyone, display your things.
I do not understand, yet I am intrigued by this potential display.
No, Age, you don't need to fill up the emitter again, really. Klein means things for trade. Display for trade. All right, let's consolidate. There's got to be some junk around here. Magazines, useless. More caps, medicinal supplies, useless. Here.
But not fleshy optical face testicles. Yeah. Yeah, this is why you come here past level 20, because then you just fast track a bunch of shit. Also, they probably could just build a bottle cap manufacturer. I mean, it wouldn't work outside Big Empty because age. You can't fake rust. But yeah. This ship looks like it's mass-produced. Are there any others?
Are there other chips?
Are you echoing what he said, or are you asking for real?
He's asking, yes. Dr. Klein, there are many other personalities. If you recall, you hurled them off the sink balcony after your argument with Mobius.
It is not an argument if one is clearly right and the other is clearly wrong. I remember now. Yes, lobotomite. There are other chips. If you want, find them. I believe they're stored on holotapes in many of our facilities. But you should stay out of those. No exploring and discovering things. The Sync Central intelligence should be enough for your needs.
A really good painter could fake rust. The look of it, sure, but rust tastes like blood. You can't fake the taste of rust. Like, rust doesn't, like, just go on. Have you tasted rust before? Dude. Blood is filled with iron. And yes. No, blood is filled with iron. If you've ever had, like, if you've ever bit your mouth at any point, you've tasted rust. Because oxygen and iron is rust. Blood is filled with iron, and blood transports oxygen. But no, rust is weird because it doesn't go on top of something, it eats into the material. Because it's literally just the material itself flaking off. So you can't fake it. There's no way it tastes the exact same as blood. Yeah. Pretty much. Like... There's a difference, definitely. But, like... Yeah. If you have a high iron content, like, what is it? Yeah, like, if you breathe in oxygen too much, like, too much oxygen, air is only, like, 20% oxygen. If you breathe air that's, like, 50%, your lungs will actually begin to rust inside out. Because, like, your body can't fucking deal with it. Yeah, don't lick rusty pipes or anything. You'll get, like, tetanus. But, like, yeah. That's just what it is. Most of the color of blood is mostly iron, hemoglobin. There's iron in that.
I have a lot of knowledge because I'm autismo as fuck and I retain too much knowledge.
Yeah, fuck. But, yeah, it's a bunch of shit and piss, basically. Blood tastes like rust, and, bad tea, all bad tea tastes like pennies. I'm autistic and I don't retain enough. Yeah, just hyperfixate on some bullshit for a while, that'll help. Plug it into the circular map thing in the sink upstairs. Having a store available would be helpful. It has a store connection, right?
Yes, you may need to wiggle it in a bit, but don't force it. We can't recode them if you break it. There is no more we can do to aid you, and our patience levels are depleted. Now go. Rest in the sink if you must, but leave us to our research.
If you're done, can we move again? My biogel's starting to crampagulate.
Of course! Go man your science stations! Go! I am surrounded by children.
Yeah. Just bump those up, even though I don't need to. I don't know. All right. Let's see. I did bring the space suit. So we got the sonic emitter and the cyber dog gun. Fires 357. That's really fucking good. Yeah. Anyways. But no, what the fuck? My gums bleed a lot because I have very sharp teeth and I occasionally bite the inside of my mouth. So I'm well acquainted with how that tastes. And I have had experiences where I basically directly tasted what rust is. And yeah. Anyways. That was a lot of fucking exposition we just got through. Let's go insert the holotape. And then go talk to people. Yo, what's up? Sonic Mirror Revelation now available in the vendor interface.
Salutations and felicitations, sir, and a most jocund welcome to the sink. I am your electronic valet and household central processor. May I be of service, sir?
They don't know how to pronounce valet? Seriously? God, they're stupid. What services do you provide?
In addition to managing the personality matrices of the other household utilities, I can provide, sir, with direct access to the commissary. Any goods sir might require may be purchased through my shopkeep interface, whence tiny robots shall deliver them forthwith to this very domicile.
I'd like to buy some things.
Very good, sir.
Ah, yes, bullets. 50,000 chips? 50,000 caps, yep. Can I order stuff through Amazon through the sink? Probably. Somebody modded that in. I would not be surprised. Anyways, we need 45 auto. Not surplus. We need 50 mag. Thank you. Hold on. Revelation. Doesn't this already have? Hold on. Yeah, it already has that. All right. What else? 357, hollow point, 44. Right. Oh, right, 12.7. Give me that. 556. And there we go. What else? 44. Get all the bullets. Not 44 special. And yeah. Doesn't have any mods. All right, good. Good.
If sir would press sir's spinal area against my primary instrument panel, I might vibrate at a soothing frequency.
It's offering me a back massage. Damn. All right then. Yeah, it was like not just like a 20-minute conversation, like probably a full half hour of just Dr. Klein. Let's see what. Oh, that is literally. They turned aside. Oh God. What did they do to you, Rex? Rex, my boy, what have they done to you? No. My boy. My boy. What have they done? Okay. Alright. Nice. Nice. So what the fuck are we gonna do? Okay. All my friends have switches. Find the missing modules for the sync auto dock and biological research station. Alright. You'd be getting a back massage from a fucking table, even if the vibration would be pleasing. The structure itself is uncomfortable. You could put different body parts on it. Just saying. Just saying. You could put different body parts. Let's just steal all their shit. Lobotomite goggles. What's my carry weight at? 190? Not bad. Dr. 8. Well, like your fucking leg? Problem still stands. Yeah. Can you speak? Do you understand me? Something happened with your voice module? Is that a yes or a no? And some questions. Who are you? Sounds important, I think. I hate the lip screens. Yeah. Do you know anything about Dr. Mobius? Alright, didn't mean to alarm you. Tell me about technologies client wants. Percolating is something. Wait, after listening a bit, that's Robcode Termlink protocol you're broadcasting, right? Well, I've hacked enough Robcode terminals to know. Nice pun. God damn it. I agree, if somebody would take the time, you're more than just sound effects in a tank. If that's Robcode Termlink protocol, doesn't that mean it can be hacked? If that's Termlink code, don't worry, I'm not gonna take advantage of your exposed code. So, like, is this making fun of characters like R2-D2 or something? Kind of. Yeah, generic robot characters you can't understand, but everyone else can. Kind of. But, like... What is it? What I don't understand is... If he's speaking termling code, how the fuck can the character interpret waveforms as characters? Like, is the character staring at their Pip-Boy while listening to them? It's not like Morse code where it's like you listen to a certain number of taps. It's literally throwing a text document. It's literally taking a text document and changing the header from TXT to MP3 and listening to what comes out. So how the fuck would a human being be capable of deciphering that? Anyways, I know what it's like to be experimented on. Ask the Mass Effect 2 devs. Can I not ask them about jacking off into the gun? Or is that important? Tell me you didn't sunjaculate into my sonic emitter. Usually I find some cram lying around, put some duct tape around the lid, good to go. Fucking... Is that what we're doing in the post-apocalypse, huh? Almost as bad as peanut butter. Nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just best to keep that stuff private, you know? Now we know each other better. Can you tell me about the sonic emitter? No, I did not. No. Chat, no. No. God damn it. No, I didn't. No. Chat, no. No. God. Yeah, I understood that part already. I'm saying the player fucking fucked a can of spam. Anyways. I wanted to ask you some fucking questions. Really? Huh. Wonderful time for a random ad. Yeah. They should only be going every hour. Let me double check that real quick actually. What did I set that to? Oh no, I have it set to every half hour. Okay. Yeah, it's a bitch. Whatever though. Refresh some crap. Good. Good. Anyways. Whomst is you? Boros?
The lobotomite animal before me. What other terrifying terrors will plague us in our quest for knowledge? Communists? Communist animals, perhaps? Be warned. Attempt to propaganda me. I will shriek as a frightened babe, calling loyal cyber dogs to my aid. Do you comprehend, commie animal?
How'd you know I was... No. Damn. Do you always get this dramatic?
Drama? There is no drama in science. As I learned in high school, science is an intellectual pursuit devoid of bestial emotions. Unless, of course, you are a communist. Like Betsy Bright, who sat next to me in math, and her smoking Confederate Richie Marcus. As I learned in my high school, American High, AHS, drama is for movies, things of fiction. Here in the think tank, the only star is science.
Uh-huh. That sounds like something a commie would say. Oh no, you got me. Who are you? What do you do here?
Before you is the brain of Dr. Boros, head of animology, beastology, and DNA scrambling technology here at Big Mountain. I lay the bones and hearts of animals bare beneath my searing gaze, especially the dogs. I did so love dogs once. Especially Gabe, that rascal. But there are many animals to shape. Industrious cazadors, the happy-go-lucky night stalkers. They are my living, breathing DNA test tubes.
Excuse me. You made cazadors, you motherfucker.
Indeed. Docile, curious, safe, sterile. They are contained here at Big Mountain to preserve DNA and for observation.
Those things are all over the Mojave.
No, such creatures are found only here, for research purposes. They would no more be capable of escape than breeding.
They breed all right.
I cannot expect a lobotomite to understand the careful surgical castrating procedures used in their creation. Perhaps a demonstration of my castrating power would settle your doubts.
Game? Game. Searing indeed. Why are your virtual eyes so damned big? Yeah. Yeah. What makes you think they haven't escaped?
Because Big Mountain safety measures are far more sophisticated than their primitive animal instincts. We are their lords and masters.
I was gonna say is that other option was like Whiskey Six saying he wants to get impreg.
Submit your questions. I shall respond with deadly answers.
I want to know more about Mobius.
The malignant tumor that is Mobius plagues us all. His hunger for power, insatiable. From his lair in the Forbidden Zone, his terrifying Robo-Scorpion army clicks and whirs across the crater of Big Mountain, ever seeking, ever stinging. He must be stopped, or all of Big Mountain shall be destroyed.
Whiskey Six, that's the character's name. That we chose. Instead of Courier 6, it's Whiskey 6. So, yeah. Tell me about this radar fence.
The radar fence protects us all. If evidence is correct, the one who built it is me. It keeps anything with a disembodied brain inside, like us. And anything without a brain also inside. It is the ultimate defense against communist aggression. There'll be no infectious ideas on my watch.
So if I get my brain back, I can leave?
What? Why would you do either of those things? That is madness. There is nothing outside Big Mountain. We're pretty sure. We would know. Ever since my anxiety-filled days of powerlessness and being bullied in American high school, I have dreamed of such security as the fence. That and giant cybernetic dogs that would ruthlessly patrol and kill anyone who wasn't my friend, like Richie Marcus and Betsy Bright. Who's laughing now, Betsy? I hope you and Richie are happy smoking in your radioactive coffins. I'm glad you never came to my birthday party.
So he doesn't know what he's built. And also the fence allows anything that, so like specifically any body that doesn't have an organic brain or any non-organic body with a brain can't leave the field. But that means the Cazadors can get out just fucking fine. So yeah, honestly, being driven to insanity from high school is more likely than anyone would think. Yeah, and he specifically said American high school. And in case you can't tell, I fucking hate Cazadors. Yeah. Anyways, don't you want to leave here?
No! Beyond is death, despite mounting evidence to the contrary. No matter where these strange humans wander in from with their ideas and new brains, there is nothing beyond Big Mountain.
Evidence to the contrary?
Enough! Stop filling my precious brain cell units with irrelevant data. You sound like the other visitors, making wild claims of a world beyond, where there is a war beyond war. It is unproven and unthinkable. Bother the other doctors with your crackpot theories. I have no time. None of us do.
Why does Klein want these particular technologies?
There is logic and purpose in it. If these technologies are needed to pierce the Forbidden Zone, so be it. Science is powerful, and in the right hands, our hands, if we had hands, we would be nigh unstoppable.
Oh yeah, he referenced the other people coming to Big Mountain. In Dead Money, we found out that what's his nuts, Father Elijah showed up to Big Mountain. You're the greatest minds of a generation. Make a robot body. Yeah. Can you tell me about the Big Empty?
That castrated nickname of our facility is not its true name. The true name is Big Mountain. Where are your manners? It is our home, threatened by the horrors of Mobius. All we wish to do is continue our research, layer upon layer, above and beneath the floor of the crater, until we have our answers. But no, Mobius will not let us rest, scaring us with his scary robots with their laser tails and blowing up all the time.
Why have you leveled this place?
It was not our first choice of testing grounds, but we no longer have the luxuries of our test cities. Then we lost the mountain. After the explosion, we couldn't find it anymore. So the crater became our testing grounds for science.
What was this explosion?
Boom! Yes, quite unexpected and embarrassing. All better now after the landscaping, though. Much more pleasing to our monitors. And the crater helps keep everything inside, because it is bowl-shaped.
The reason why Big Mountain's a crater is because they blew it up. Test cities?
Yes. In the past, individuals would come to us, pay for technology, and if their town, community, or city was just right, we could use that city as a controlled experiment. Vault-Tec was much better at it, of course. We had to make do. Get permission. Sometimes. If only we could have used commie cities. But capturing whole cities was hard, so we captured enough commies to make cities of our own. So we had a group of Chinese prisoners to experiment on. Those were the days. But the true test was science on unsuspecting Americans. Whether it was holograms, new autodocs, toxins, vending machines, we wound them up, let them go into tiny, isolated towns. Then we observed.
Right.
Until next time, then. Provided there is a next time. For any of us.
So he created basically a concentration camp for no other reason than experimenting. And it didn't matter to him who was actually involved. He just needed the okay to kidnap people and run unethical experiments. Nice. What's up?
Breaking news! Talking lobotomite arrives in think tank. Its purpose, unknown. Undefinable. Its presence here, impossible.
I think you mean impossible.
Oh, really? Now the lobotomite is a master of the dictionary arts. What, do you have a doctorate in verbology? No? I do. And... Stop the presses. Just in from my eye monitors. Is that Rob Kotek on your arm? It is. What's your agenda bringing that in here?
My Pip-Boy?
How dare you bring Rob Kotek in here? What are you showing off? How great Robert House and his big company are?
Oh, we can make Securitrons better than any robot those geniuses at Big Mountain can make, and they'll last 1,000 years.
You're lucky I don't have hands to tear that dip boy off your arm, or feet to stomp on its stupid metal guts. Ugh. Damn Robco.
Hey, don't worry. I killed Mr. House. It's fine.
Worry about House? Why would I do this? Hope he died alone in a dingy room, straining his last remaining bodily fluids into jars. And him and his dirty girl bots. Don't even get me started on those filthy biological catcher's mitts. Fine. Ask.
Mr. House is a dick nugget, but at least he makes spaceships. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just say the same thing about Elon Musk. You know, the fucking... Yeah. What do you do here? Or do you have another name?
Yeah, I do. It wasn't always O. I just took that one by default because sometimes it's easier to accept the mistake as long as the purpose works. I don't want to get into it. It's a sore topic with me. Makes my gel ripple.
Are you sure? I'm a good listener. Got the ears for it.
Great. Psychology. Clearly the worst of the sciences, right after collostodiuretics. Okay, so my name isn't O. Never was. It was circular, a single character, digit, but not O. But even with enhanced sensors, no one here could get it right. Always kept seeing the letter, not the number.
Just update the fucking font. If they kept confusing the letter with the number, your name is Dr. Zero?
Yes, thank you. Zero. I am Zero. How hard is that? A narrow, thin zero.
Alright, you want me to call you Zero, or...
Zero's my name. I'm proud of it, alright? It doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Truth be told, my emotional attachment to it doesn't even register compared to just having people recognize the difference. It's just that they're both sort of round and hollow, so when they monitor scan them, they assume that, oh, it's O. Vivisect me, please.
Yeah, just put a slash through zero.
What?
Zero, draw a slash through it. Standard term link code to distinguish the two.
Did I shoot myself with a brainial beam or something? That's brilliant. I mean, I would have come to the same conclusion. Eventually. Oh, who am I deceiving? I never would have figured that out. I can't figure anything out. I'm useless.
So is that what you want to be?
Exactly. At least the old name was indisputable. Oh is more like surprise. Oh, look what I stepped in.
I got the meme answer. Okay, game, please. Why are these terms not fucking permitted? This is stupid. Motherfucker, I say that more than anyone in chat.
Love you too, Otto, but yeah. Well, there's power in 0. It reduces anything multiplied against it to 0.
Well, of course it does. That's the most lethal of mathematics. That's pretty cool, actually. Destroyer of numbers. I already wreck every robot I study. Why not basic arithmetic? I like your solution. With that kind of slash in the middle, I can set myself apart. If I wanted to. The biggest 0 in all the think tank. They won't be able to escape it. That diagonal slash right down the middle. Thanks. Talking to you, it really helped unclog some frustration. Talking. What a primitive form of thought kicking.
So 0 got any amazing discoveries to share?
You know, hearing my name said like that, it really de-reses my screens. As for discoveries, well, of course. Look at this. Just, built it. Amazing, isn't it?
Certainly is.
You know what? I'm not even gonna pretend. I broke one of the monitors, and those innards start falling out everywhere. If you could just hold on to that for me until, well, forever, that would be welcome. Until our next scheduled audio transmission and reception, then.
Oh, scrapped electronics. Ooh!
Thanks.
No, Stimpaks. Fuck yeah. Hello.
I love to hear you breathe.
Fetish bot.
You are an unusual specimen to so boldly walk into the mighty expanse of the think tank, fearless and proud as a teddy bear. Between the extraction of their higher reasoning abilities and urination-inducing fear, most lobotomites dare not approach us, let alone speak.
Thanks for helping add more permitted terms. Holy fucking shit, fuck. Was there really this much conversation in this DLC? Yes!
Between the extraction of their higher reasoning abilities and urination-inducing fear, most lobotomites dare not approach us, let alone speak to us. Yet you have no such fear. Facing me, epidermis flushed with blood, plasma running molten beneath, your face contorting with muscular expression. Will you indulge me? Say a few words.
Why are your eyes going down?
Please, so that I might record it for further examination.
Autobot, come on, not in public yet. Hey, the quick scribe jumped over the lazy paladin.
Yes, go on. Seeing your lips and mouth forming words, both revolting and somehow... How does it feel to have the flesh roll around in your mouth like that? To control each muscle and the tongue? Like having a fish or extremely dexterous slug lolling and flopping in one's mouthal cavity.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It seems to me you have more biological needs than your counterparts.
What? Nonsense.
We're just fucking around now, huh? Yep, just fucking around. Okay.
What? What are you doing? Stop it. Why? Why are you making me partake in this filthy formography? Enough. I am already intrigued. You have sufficiently percolated me. I don't know what it is about the biology of lobotomites. It infects my thoughts. All that skin and muscle and tissue.
I don't like the implication that turning on a robot is the same as brewing coffee using a percolator. But okay. I'm thinking about the situation is okay, I love it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Perhaps there is value in what you say.
Brewing, not burrowing.
I did so enjoy breathing once, long ago.
I said brewing, not burrowing. Jesus. I could come back anytime and just breathe if you want.
Would you? I feel so ashamed, but yet so intrigued. You'll need to give me a rest in between visits, or else my jaw might run over. If you're ready, let me radar scan you. Slowly. Woo. Woo. Purple, purple, woo. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Purple. Ba-ba, bloop. Ba-ba, bloop. Ba-ba, bloop. Whew. Last little bit there. Thank you, lobotomite. Please, you must come back for further study when I've had a rest. I'm a little sensitive right now.
You can tell the voice actors had too much fucking fun. I have a real teddy bear if you... Holy shit! I completely fucking forgot about that. No, holy shit. I picked up a teddy bear in the game like really early on. I completely forgot about it. Here.
Whatever for.
Yeah, I thought you liked them. Keep referring to them.
No, I like teddy bears.
Are you sure your words aren't jumbled?
Teddy bears come in many sizes. Your size is what intrigues me the most. Some say that teddy bears can't be living, breathing things. They are wrong. They are large biological forms. Breathing, heaving, snarling, coughing. Lobotomites are my teddy bears. Oh, yes.
We've been down this road already. Moving on.
Very well. If you're certain of your conclusions, my little teddy bear.
No, a teddy bear is expressly a plush toy. Yeah. Yeah. Who are you? What do you do here?
Why, my little bear of teddiness. I am Dr. Dalla, first head chief researcher of mineralogy and medicinal sciences. I have 211 doctorates in both applied sciences and techniques to apply those sciences. I also possess a degree in curiosity and advanced curiosity. That is merely schooling, however. When possible, I prefer fieldwork and observation to holotape eidetics. It has proven useful, especially now. I've become the expert on humanology and lobotomite behavior here at Big Mountain. My research doesn't descend into formography. It is only science.
211 doctorates?
Why, we create not only scientific marvels here at Big Mountain, but new sciences as well. Everything can be quantified, categorized, and dissected until every group can be subgrouped or partitioned.
Ad break number, I think. Yeah. Here, let me check something real quick. Twitch is dumb with this. Fucking goddamn it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, so right now I have it set every 30 minutes because that's the minimum I can set it for so that pre-roll ads don't exist. Let me just... yeah, 1 minute, an hour. Do that. Save that. Good. Good. Good shit. What's a pre-roll ad? An ad that loads when you open up the stream. Like like if you refresh the page, an ad shows up. But yeah, I just adjusted the thing so it waits an hour for ads to play. Like it should. Damn. It's a lot of titles.
What is a name without a title or suffix for the sake of hierarchy? It is a long-standing quantification of personality and importance. We could not do without it. Surely you must be aware of the gravity of such attached appellations, just as surely as you must have a title.
Sometimes called a courier.
Oh, a mailman. A delivery man. Someone who takes parcels from place to place using their primitive feet or similar conveyance. You are the second one I've met in recent times. Very different specimens.
Another one?
Of course. You must have met others in your travels. This one had met other couriers too, although it sounded as if he hadn't met the correct one. He asked us all many questions, and then he asked a most perplexing one. We had to segment the event out of our memories for safety.
What was the question?
I do not know, nor should we try to access it. Perhaps Klein has the logs. My evaluation would be to let your own curiosity go. I do not think that Klein remembers the conversation as being satisfactory.
Why'd you remove my brain?
Oh, removing it is a simple procedure. Well, except the complications it can cause to the heart and spine. But once the heart and spine are gone, no trouble at all. Clamp the subject down. One laser incision around the skull. Crack, snip, done. The brain is finally free of the skin envelope, which is then kept automated for cleanup duties around Big Mountain. Lobotomites. With you, however, something is definitely wrong. We've never had a lobotomite who kept speaking after being forcibly lobotomized. I am relieved the pacification field is working. If it didn't, I would broadcast some concern to my colleagues about safety protocols.
Honestly, for all the buildup of Ulysses, I was super disappointed when I actually confronted him. I still have never played Lonesome Road. So, am I still talking and walking around?
That is a good question. My theory is that the Tesla coils in your brain pan are still connected to your brain somehow. It really could be anywhere. Brains brains are a lot smarter than most researchers give them credit for. We still have your spine and heart. If you were to somehow find your brain, wherever it schlorped off to, you could humanically reduce yourself again.
Yeah, schlorped. Fuck off. Oh, let me just consume those words and wipe your memory as to avoid it. I know his name is Ulysses. But, like, here's what I do, typically, right? Whenever there's a game I intend to stream, I blacklist it from my feed almost completely. So, like, I don't get, like, any news or spoilers or any of that shit. My brother played the shit out of New Vegas, so, like, I knew, like, some stuff from osmosis, but I never really had any experience with any of the DLCs past what I played. And yeah, by the time I decided I wanted to stream New Vegas, I just had never played the DLCs. So yeah. I feel strange in here, peaceful but on edge.
It is the pacification field emitters that are broadcasting into the emptiness of your skull. Without a brain, your aggression is suppressed in here.
Is there a way to shut it off?
Why would you want such a thing? You might surrender to your hormones and commit primal aggression on me, on us, again and again. Then I would have to return the favor, activating my vivisectors and gently lobotomizing you from behind. Not something I would relish doing. No, the only way to circumvent the field is to have a brain, and we extracted that like we do all lobotomites here.
Uh-huh. But yeah, like, I know the names of the characters in the game. Minus Randall Dean Clark, who I didn't know about whatsoever when I started Honest Hearts. Lobotomized from behind, that's called. She means rip my ass out. Yeah. Literally, she means fuck me in the ass. Also, yeah, again, like, holy fuck, the survivalist. That made me cry. Like, uncontrollably. Holy shit. Tell me about Dr. Mobius.
Dr. Mobius, a monstrous brain creased with wrinkles of 1,000 evils, with but one jaundiced eye with which to perceive the world. Exiled from the think tank for crimes too heinous to remain in recorded memory, and perhaps differences in research methodology. His one terrible eye forever peers at us, an eye of ever-increasing magnification. He watches from his dome in the Forbidden Zone, spying on us all.
Uh-huh. I don't understand how the tech client wants will help.
It'll all become clear. If not, at least we will have the technology here at the dome, where all technology belongs. When we have all the technology, all the answers, we can share it with the world, piece by piece. All will be in order, and all will be like Big Mountain.
Blown to hell. Nice. Can you tell me about Big Mountain?
This mountain, now crater, encompasses the sum total of knowledge of humankind. It is Big Mountain, where all questions can be answered. You'll see, no matter what your questions, Big Mountain will provide the answers. as it has done for so many before you.
Uh-huh. Good to know. Good shit. Previous test subjects?
Oh yes, we've had other subjects visit. It's why we had to calibrate the pacification field and warm up our brainial beams and vivisectors. Only a short time ago, we had 3-1 subjects arrive, and they ruined several experiments, and even injured 2 of our staff. It is a shame their brains left with them. With you, however, we have taken precautions to ensure that problem won't repeat itself. We've conditioned you so you can't speak of this place, discuss our secrets, or attempt to use force against us in any way. Isn't that nice?
3-1 sub. One of them died? If Big Mountain will answer all my questions, then tell me,
what are hot dogs really made out of?
The glizzy glue. They get a paste. They make it out of the meat, turn it into glue, and they make the glizzies out of the glue.
Because 3-1 is 2. 2 spoke to us, one after the other. One mean, one curious. But there was a third we didn't speak to. The last one is the -1. It got traumatized, then taken to one of our medical centers for de-traumatization. A rather unsettling procedure.
That was Christine's girlfriend, I think.
Ask Dr. O. And you could have asked 8 once, until he was severely damaged in the attack. We like him better this way.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Wonderful hypothesis about hot dogs.
Until our next interaction, my intriguing little lobotomite.
Uh-huh. Nice. Drained energy cell. Oh, that's gross. Gross. Try and find Gabe in Higgs Village. Ask Dr. Klein about the conversation he had with the last visitor.
Stop hovering. I mean, if you want.
Alright.
Did you retrieve the technologies yet? We need them as...
Uh-huh. I heard one of the previous visitors to the dome spoke to you. I asked you some questions.
Hmm? Oh, yes, the last visitor. Well, the one just before you. Had an interesting name from some language that's almost impossible to speak. What did we speak about? Melancholy fellow. Had questions about history, but our conversation got interrupted. Twice, I believe. Once when the trains got derailed, and then a second time. Oddly enough, now that I'm accessing my databanks, I don't recall what the second time was. Mobius's incessant transmissions keep distracting me. Also, we didn't brain scrub the visitor. He may have left with some knowledge he shouldn't have. I believe, maybe. Oh well, I'm sure it's of no consequence. I don't make many mistakes in calculation or perception, so probability favors me.
Father Elijah. Any knowledge the think tank had to share on the sciences?
Why, yes. We are filled with the knowledge you speak of. If you wish to know more, simply ask the others. They can help you.
Uh-huh. That's all.
Yes, a most goodbye.
Trying to remember, why did Father Elijah want into the vault of the Madre again? The red fog. The red fog that surrounds the Sierra Madre is a weapon. And the vault in the Sierra Madre controls it. He wanted access to the Sierra Madre so that he alone would have control over the fog. And yeah, then he could sweep it over any location that he wanted to. Let the ghosts roll in and just fucking massacre whoever the fuck he wanted. Yeah. Oh, cool. Shit. The fuck? Oh, I can't zoom because pacification. But yeah, the red fog that kills you when you're in it too long, and if you die in it, you become a ghost. He was trying to control that. Because he was obsessed with finding pre-war technology and also developing basically weapons of mass destruction. Because he wanted to take control of the Mojave. Completely shat upon the whole message of that DLC by taking all the gold bars via Elijah's severed head. Oh yeah, I tried that and I'm like, ah, fuck this. Oh, that's the actual map. Damn.
Have you done all we asked? If not, we will not hesitate to ask again.
Trophy? Someone doing drugs? Dogs. That's... what's his nuts? Yeah. No, I considered locking Elijah in the vault and just leaving him there instead of talking to him. Which would have been, you know, great. But the aftermath of that is really fucked. Dr. Mobius's glasses. Ah. Right then. Huh. It's a lot of radios. Ooh. Whiskey. Locking him inside is such a fitting end to his tale, but, you know, revenge. Shitkicker put a fucking bomb collar to my neck. Quackle was not pleased, and she demanded satisfaction. Yeah. Like...
I can hear your penis-tipped feet tromping around.
Gross. Let's see. Ask Dr. O about the attack on the think tank. But no, like, when you lock him in the vault, I checked it. What happens with that?
I don't understand how you can stand those leg things.
You can hear him over the radio afterwards a few times, where he's just dying because there's no food in there.
Predictable. The lobotomized specimen returns. Its purpose? Repetition. Chances of success? High.
I heard you and 8 were attacked by previous visitors.
I don't like to talk about it. 8, he can't talk about it. They fried his voice module. Something good. It wasn't all the visitors, though. Only one of them got out of control. He's the one that took control of Little Yangtze, our old human farm.
What happened?
This human. I can't believe it. He broke out of the think tank in seconds. Then he went for Yangtze, got bomb collars, and started practicing on the subjects that were still there until he got the right frequency. We were sending robots to stop him, and he was slicing and cutting through their shells with some souped-up laser gun like they were cheese paper. When he hacked into the mainframe, A tried to stop him and got fried. Me? He rerouted my processors to take control of the train network here. If you see the tunnels with the trains plowed into them, you can thank our visitor for that.
There's nothing less. The amount of people he dragged to that fucking casino all suffered much worse fate. Oh yeah, no. Elijah did way worse shit than just the fucking Sierra Madre. Like what he did here. Who are the others?
2 other human specimens. One arrived not long after the troublemaker. And the last one, not sure when he showed up. Thought the first one was going to be lobotomized in Y-17. She got out somehow. The last subject, Klein might know more. He talked to him, and let him leave the think tank.
Right.
Hope he knew what he was doing.
Okay, yeah, no, so the first one isn't Christine's girlfriend, it is Christine. Yeah.
Klein knows things we don't. And I think he told some of those things to the last visitor. Dangerous things if they ever got out. I'd have a few left. Let me check. Yeah, there were a few under the monitors here. Here you go. Keeps the place tidy.
Nice.
Until our next scheduled audio transmission and reception, then.
Like, not to say that Father Elijah is not a absolute cuntwad who deserved getting his fucking brains blasted through the fucking underbarrel of a double-barrel shotgun with a fucking grenade launcher attached. into a fucking sewer drain. But
I can hear your
a long suffocating death in a solitary room filled with nothing but gold is a little too cruel for me to be okay with. I mean, the cloud alone turns you into soup and fuses your flesh to whatever the hell you were touching at the time. That's fucked. Yeah. And he was going to use that. He was going to take control of the cloud and sweep it through the Mojave and go west to California, which is where Fallout 1 and 2 take place, and basically turn anything that didn't side with him into a ghost. Anyways, Y17? Sure. That's not the Sierra Madre. That's... That's unsettling. Actually. That's how... Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay. Wherever this is, it's close enough to the Sierra Madre that you can hear the broadcast. That's how Elijah found out about it. With the knowledge that he knowingly put people in that predicament and was planning to use on countless others to get his jollies off. Yeah, starvation and soul-crushing isolation is too kind of fate for him, in my mind. May very well be the dev oversight. For the radio? No, no. That track playing on that radio station means there's a purpose to it. Armor condition is dangerously low. Yeah, just fix that. Good. Can I repair that? Oh, it's talking about my hat. Alright, let's just wear this, just in case. Ooh, electrical box. The radios in this are weird. They're basically just playlists that you drag and drop files into. The method of doing that is obtuse as hell, but like The mod I have replaces all the copyrighted radio songs. And just silences all the radios in the world. So, like, that radio turned on automatically and started playing that song out of nowhere, which means that was intentional. Could probably figure out the exact location of Big Mountain just looking at the map. Is there any mountains in Nevada? And make that ad break 5. Yeah. It probably doesn't update while I'm live, unfortunately. It's gonna happen every half hour. Like on the dot. Anyways, where the fuck are we going? Y17.
Attention, Big Mountain. There's a 95% chance of clear skies interrupted with artillery fire.
Huh. You know what? Hollow Point. Oh! Yeah, he's friendly. Hey. Animal friend. Hell yeah, I don't need to deal with Night Stalkers. Good shit. Callisto Protocol looks pretty neat. I might need to check that out. Yeah, no, it's force of habit. I'm used to seeing Night Stalkers and getting jumped on by them. Because I've never taken the Animal Friend perk. Z7 Crotalus DNA Preservation Lab. Alright. He's fine. It probably went clean through. Knowing Randall's gun. It would have to. Yeah, if I... Holy fuck. Throwing axe. If I didn't have Animal Friend, this would be ball aches. Ooh, Night Stalker blood. Night Stalker squeezins? The fuck is that? Stimpaks. I think the reason I didn't like this DLC was probably because I insisted to explore every nook and cranny of the map and it took forever and it got super boring. That's just how these games work. The exposition kills it a lot. Like, it's a lot to deal with from the onset, and then have to explore loads. Can I lure the others into their... Nope. Okay. I'll just... All right. Ooh, metal armor. Useless to me, but good to know it's there. What the fuck does squeezins do? It's just a health thing. Lobotomite mask. Alright. It's better than Sierra Madre, I will say that. The Sierra Madre is so fucking like just the square around it is glitched out to shit. So like it's unoptimized as hell, and my game crashed constantly walking through there. I had to install an anti-crash thing just to prevent that from happening, so I could complete the fucking DLC. So far nothing here has made me want to fucking... Oh, shotties. Cool. This holotape contains an upgrade file for the Sync Robotic Assistant auto dock. I love dead money. Yeah. It would be fine if the exposition was spread out over the whole DLC, which would make the exploration more interspersed. But since it's all front-load, 30 minutes of non-stop talking and then like 4 hours of non-stop combat exploration. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Ball aches. Definitely. Ooh. Good shit. My character doesn't use any drugs, really, so... Stim packs is all we need. Alright. Ooh. What is that? Junk food? Man got his ass eaten out? Literally. Ooh, another throwing axe. Radix. Nice. That's probably all there is to find here. Dead Money was my fave DLC in this game. Might even like it more than the Pit from Fallout 3. Nice.
Are you out there, my little teddy bear lobotomized? Darling misses you, and the pitter-patter of your penis feet so much.
Gross. Hold. Why? Hold on. That's not a... Okay. That's specifically... That's the old world America flag. Why is that painted there? That's not Elijah's call sign. Also, there's a body up there. Not gonna explain that one? Okay. Are we gonna have another Randall Dean Clark situation? Because I don't think I'm emotionally ready for another gut punch like that. Hold on, let me just... Who the fuck is Randall Dean Clark? The survivalist. Honest Hearts. The guy whose fucking gun and armor I'm using. Oop. Oh, Lobotomite. Drink piss. Trying to remember. There was Burn Guy and the other dude with the hat. Neither of them. The Burn Man is Joshua Graham, who's just a religious fanatic, fucking Mormon lad, who was also Caesar's right-hand man who got thrown off a fucking dam lit on fire. Sorry, thrown into the Great Canyon while lit on fire. And then there was Daniel, who was just generic Mormon man. Randall Dean Clark died 200 years before Dead Money. Or, sorry, 200 years before Honest Hearts. And his story has very little intersection with the Honest Hearts DLC. Is it that journal entry from the case of the guy who slaughtered his family was slaughtered? His family wasn't slaughtered. No, so his original family lived in a city that was ground zero for one of the bombs that fell. And then he went into Zion and had to deal with Vault 22 for a bit. The people that left that place. And
do not neglect to wash the walking eye.
Walking eye. What the fuck? Did I stumble across a wild wasteland? But yeah, so there's what the fuck, 5 or 6 journal entries that he has. Most of them is whatever, you know, padding out some story. 2 of them specifically recontextualize all the other ones that you found. And I started crying miserably. All I remember was finding a computer in a random cave in Honest Hearts, and there was like 9 entries, and he had like 2 families who both died somehow. In a roundabout way, yeah, but when you find the last journal entry, that last journal entry is the only real motivation you have for helping out the Sorrows in any way. Because without those journal entries, it's just, oh, whose idea of helping out the Sorrows is better, Daniel or Joshua's? When you find the last survivalist journal entry, it's what do you do to make sure Randall Dean Clark would have been happy with what happens. I think his daughter was... I don't know. No, so he had a wife and a daughter, and they died in ground zero of one of the nukes while he was in Zion. Oh, hello. You're not friendly. That's a cyber dog. His other family was his wife he meets that he saves from the Vault 22 people, and his kid that he has with her. He probably melted some of the shit together. But no, I'm serious, like...
X8 and X13 and X2 are your destination, non-lobotomite. Can you hear us? You must hurry.
Uh-huh. Hold on. Okay, no, that's the, limits. But no, seriously, like, I had not cried in years up until I found that journal entry. Well, that's not completely honest. I cried before that, but like that emotionally kicked me in the gut harder than most of the things in my life. Old World flag is a call sign for something very important. Good to know. But no, the whole reason why the Sorrows have their name for their group of people is because of the survivalist. Stop shooting the puppets. They're trying to kill me. I'm not shooting the Night Stalkers. They're fine. These are robo-brains. They're just robots who have their brains being used as a CPU. I will fucking die if I go that way. Yeah. Then let them. They're puppies and deserve all the accommodations, even if it's their flesh. It's fucking weird actually seeing Robo Brains in the game. Visit every location in the big empty. 5 at 5. Seriously? Oh, okay. Like, that's not accurate. Oh, they have guns. Alright. We'll use Joshua Graham's pistol while we're in here. But yeah, like, what the fuck? It is legitimately like a gut-wrenching story, and I don't feel like I made the right decision in the end. With the sorrows in Honest Hearts. In hindsight, thinking back on it. But also I'm conflicted about what would happen if I did go with Joshua Graham's option. I don't know. It's really, really good writing. Like, ridiculously good writing. But I did not... Okay, that's another flag. I didn't give a shit about Joshua Graham and Daniel's, like, micro beef. Dr. Orderly, MD, PhD, DDS. Bullets. That's not gonna do shit. Pew pew. Okay, pew pew doesn't do all that much damage. Ooh, EMP. Why is the EMP doing no fucking damage? Do I not have armor piercing? Wait, hold on. Follow point. There we go. only played through Honest Hearts once, and I absolutely side with Joshua because fuck running away because innocence. Those ass nuggets were hunting the Sorrows down and killed them all. Oh yeah, yeah. I sided with Daniel in the end, and thinking over it, I'm like, I didn't want to side with Joshua Graham because he's a fucking dick. But also, Randall Dean Clark's notes explicitly say he told them that if somebody tried to threaten them, that they fight them into nothingness so that they never come back to harm them again. So I'm like, okay, yeah, probably should have sided with Joshua, not because Joshua is a good dude or his plan's a good thing, but because, like, it's what Randall would have wanted. Oh, and also the only reason the White Legs were going after the Sorrows was because of Caesar. Linnaeus sent the White Legs to erase the Sorrows so that they could join the Legion. Christine's recon armor. Holy shit. Yo! Also, drank my sarsaparillas. Good. Holy shit. Yeah. Joshua's a butt fungus and really needs to be less sanctimonious, but I agree with the sentiment. That one should never roll over. It's less of that and more just like... That man, Randall, gave his all into making sure the Sorrows could live in Zion and like be prepared to take on any challenge that came across them. Like he wanted, when he was gone, to make sure that the Sorrows would be there way long after, because he didn't want any harm coming to those guys. Which, you know what, he did pretty good. 200 fucking years, they're still there. Because Randall showed up in Zion. He was in Zion the day the bombs fell. So like they ended up staying around 200 years after he went and, you know, fucking died. Anyways, we found Christine's shit. And an auto dock thing. Is there other shit in here? Wait a minute. Okay, that gave me a little PTSD about what happened with Christine inside the auto dock. Yep. Okay. If I remember correctly, there's a journal entry in here somewhere. I don't know if you found it. I have not found a journal entry yet. I found Christine's armor. Oh. Well, that's a cosmetic enhancement upgrade. Contains functionality profile for sync auto dock. Okay. I hear scorpions. Encoding's overloading. There are several audio logs in this DLC. Finding them, while not essential, really do flesh things out for later. Oh yeah, yeah. The miscellaneous logs and shit always flesh out Fallout a lot more. Especially when they became first-person games. Sierra Madre test case? I heard one of the execs mention that whether Sinclair knew it or not, the Sierra Madre would be a test case for the auto dock and the innovative toxins research. That's why the auto docks were there, and that's why the cloud was there. Okay. Maybe they were joking, but even that kind of joke sends a chill down my spine. If I got poisoned by one of those toxins, no way would I crawl inside one of the Y17 auto docks here if my life depended on it. The medical tech for those trauma suits alone makes me wish they'd erase their research. The suits do more thinking than the people inside them. Played through Fallout 1 3 times, but for some reason I cannot get into Fallout 2. Bugs me. Fallout 2 is way harder. Y11 trauma harness has succeeded beyond our wildest expectations. Test harnesses were able to take over the motor functions of an injured subject and walk them back to home base. We'll have to see what develops once it's recorded enough neuromuscular movements to display a wider range of behaviors. To think if they could be programmed to replicate a wearer's shooting or fighting reflexes, we'd have something truly amazing for the war effort. Some issues still remain to be ironed out before the Y11 trauma harness is ready for general production. Calibrating the proper amount of injury to trigger the suit remains problematic. Still, the little Yangtze subjects could hardly protest once inside the harness. If a home base is not designated, the suit enters an unpredictable wander state. And, as we discovered while calibrating injury levels, the suit's sensors are unable to recognize when the wearer is dead. Luckily, autonomous corpse retrieval is nearly as useful as autonomous casualty recovery. They made walking corpses. Five Nights at Freddy's before Five Nights at Freddy's, yeah. You said there's like an audio log here somewhere? It's over here. I could have sworn... I could be misremembering, but I could have sworn there was an audio log of Christine in this room. I found her suit right here. So... unless it fell through the world? Like, I don't know. I have to use the... yeah. No? How do I... how do I disable that? How do I disable the force field? That's a hand. Something I need to shoot? No. Doesn't work. Oh, yeah, thanks. Something outside the building?
There is no standing on the green pipes. If you are standing on the green pipes, please get off them at once.
Something over there. Stand on the green pipes and spite kinky lady. There we go. Yeah. No, there's... oh. Valence radii accentuator. All right. Come back there later, I guess. Where are we going now? Boomtown. Let's see what's over here. I'm assuming this is Boomtown. The only thing I'd say was good from exploring everything in this DLC. I got all the secrets and stuff, but at the cost of my ever-decreasing sanity. Ah, yes. As is the usual. Sanity is not required. Probably wear the spacesuit. Ah. Well, that's your problem. It's too much Nuka-Cola. Brotherhood of Steel recon armor? There's no such thing as too much Nuka-Cola. Uh-huh.
Rant. See how I abstract my rage, think tank? I hold you in such disdain, I generalize my hatred for you!
I'm gonna be honest. So far it seems like Dr. Mobius is just putting up a front. Doesn't seem like he's that unhinged compared to the others. The wonders that is New Vegas. Oh, look, they found out how to walk. Nice. Okay. So far, we're finding a mix of Brotherhood of Steel crap and Christine's shit. Wait, hold on. There we go. Hollow point. Mobius is just a lovical, psychotic dork. Like, all the others so far seem... That's a ghost. Hold on. What the fuck is this? Oh, damn. Yeah, no, that's a ghost. I don't trust that. The other scientists are dangerously stupid, whereas... I see. Oh. Require security code to disable. So that's not literally a ghost. That is. Oh, I can just. No? Okay. That's just the hazmat suits that the ghosts wear. Which is still interesting.
Klein, remember the time you forgot to carry the tube and nearly blew up the Y-Zero Research Center? Oh, wait, you did! Or was that me?
Just constantly downing soda so I don't have my carry weight go over a limit. Alright, come back here later. Your waistline will not thank you. Don't worry about it. The fuck? Okay. I see. Bunch of shit. Where the fuck am I going again? Over here. Oh, hello. You appeared out of nowhere, thanks. I don't need to use armor piercing on you. Fuck off. Ooh. We're almost at level cap. Thinking on it, I don't recall any story from the Fallout games that actually upset me beyond, hey, you're a douche, now eat plasma. Yeah. No. Randall Dean Clark specifically made me go, fuck everything. We're gonna do this for my boy. I don't know what to get. Let's see. Grimmer for a sprint? Maybe, I think level 50 we get a perk. We get access to a perk that resets our karma. Yeah. Implant GRX. Let's see. And loader. Maybe. For one specific reason. I can just buy more shit. It's fine. Only Fallout related thing that actually brought me to tears was when I read Fallout Equestria. That story is depression on steroids. I have no idea what that is. Honestly. Mile in their shoes. Huh. You know what? Demolitions expert. Only because of the holy hand grenade. That's it. Fuck it. Up. Oh, Fallout Equestria. Okay, that makes more sense. You misspelt it the one time. Yeah. Okay. Fallout My Little Pony. You'd think it'd never work as a concept. You'd think. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Okay. Okay. Shit. 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 Where? There we go. Hi, die. Wrong round. There we go.
Sting them, my pets! Sting them, stupid!
Never read it if you value happiness. I probably was not going to begin with. Is that my blood? Yeah, it's my blood. Yeah. Magnetohydraulics complex. Right. The fuck are you? Oh, they can see me. Walks away as if nothing's wrong. Is that my blood? Yeah. You know, it's a good thing I have the rebreather. That's a lot of walking eyes. The sink. I hear them scorps. Yeah, this would be dick cramps if I didn't have the rebreather. A lot of ammo. Oh, it's over there. All right. I mean, the ammo's good, but is there anything else? Other than the ammo? Ooh. Throwing axe. Right. So that leads nowhere. Got a bail tired as fuck. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Always good when there's people hanging out. Also, I can still hear scorpions, and I'm not a fan. Oh, wait a minute. No. Bullshit. All right. Oh. Hello. Right.
Do not attempt to reach the Fate Mountain force fields. Doing so could allow and all creatures having those ideas to escape.
Sweet. Right. Why am I not wearing a helmet? Reasons? Thanks. Also, why am I still wearing spacesuit? Alright. Ooh. Right. Okay. Do I have a better... Oh, yeah. Well, that works. Hell yeah. Where's this shit? The botanical garden? Oh, it's all the way through there, isn't it? Yep. Ah. Okay. I wonder how good incendiary rounds work on them. Yeah, I might need to... Oh, shit. Oh, that doesn't really... Nope. I want explosive, not... What the fuck? What the fuck? Piss off. Run. Okay. Boom. There we go. Keep missing my shots.
Get shot in the thrussie.
Okay. Y0? Forbidden zone? Alright. There's a lot more grass over
My
here.
aggression is increasing geometrically. Do you hear me, think tank?
Was that... Okay. Just ignore it for now. Okay. This is where the Vault 22 shit shows. Yeah. This is where the Vault 22 shit is from. Who is shooting me? Oh, hello. Excuse me. Hi. Patient 0. Eat shit. Thanks. Holy fuck. Ah. Was that supposed to be Misfortune or Mysterious Stranger showing up? Right. Patient 0. Got ya. Black blood sausage. Interesting. Yeah, they don't show up on the HUD. Who? What? Oh, hello. There we go. Yeah. Seed package. Huh. Anything else? Hiding? Other than Xander root and shit?
Think tank. I wouldn't even use binary to describe my exponential hatred for you.
Huh. Guess we exploring some more. Pulse grenades. Probably gonna need to use those. Yeah. Considering what we just came across, that's a good idea. So is that a path? No. So Mobius said they almost blew this place up. Why 0? Yeah. That's a working terminal. We finished up the design for the dispenser of the Sierra Madre Villa as requested. That Bigwood Sinclair went to the big empty execs and wanted emergency dispensers for a shelter villa in case war broke out and they needed to care for the survivors there. He's done everything he can to isolate the community and tighten security. Now he just needs to regulate a food supply and be able to ration out resources in the event of nuclear holocaust. I hear he even narrowed the streets so cars couldn't come through inside town, let alone up to the villa. Got the funding from Sinclair. Near as I can tell, he's willing to not only bankrupt himself for these devices, he struck a deal with the big empty executives, letting the villa become a lab for the supposedly harmless prototype tech here. I've seen the big empty execs do this with other isolated towns. Hopeville Meteorological Research up north, and the whole process is not what I signed up for. Right. So, Big Book of Science, give me that shit. Doesn't do shit, but whatever. Stealth boys. Yeah, they blew everything up to hell. And there's just bare fucking rubies growing out of the ground. Or whatever the hell.
Dr. Mobius will soon control you and all of science.
Is there anything over? Oh, yes, there is. Melee weapon skill book. Huh. How are there still flies on that fucker? Probably been dead for ages. No entrance there. X42. Forbidden Zone. Huh. This crates ain't got shit. Another American flag. Oh, shit. Alright. That's a force field. That's a random ass turret. That's a corpse. Uh-huh. Where's that turret I blew up? It's just gone. It was back here, right? The fuck? Oh, it probably fell down there. Right. Ooh, light switch. Is that my blood? Okay. So, where else? Find the missing modules for the light switches and the jukebox. Pigs Village. Right. Just fast travel to sync again. Get our shit in order. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, baby. Feels good to be online again. Yeah, all circuits online. Ready to receive your seed.
Why did they program it like this? It's saying exactly what it means. It's just saying it in the most suggestive way possible. So, yeah, command you to open your port and receive my seed.
Ah, yeah, baby. Just slip it in there. All the way down in that dark, moist earth. Launching interface.
Uh-huh.
Couldn't stay away, could you? Yeah, I knew you'd be back.
Oh, God, look at you. You're filthy. I suppose you'll want to clean up then?
Seem kind of worried about dirt.
Oh, it's just so unsanitary. Do you know how many germs are in 1 cubic centimeter of dirt? 70, 100 gajillion. Would you want that getting washed down your gullet day in and day out?
I didn't think so.
Just like to drink some water.
You can have as much as you like. Just, please don't put your lips on the faucet. It's so unsanitary.
Nice. Anyone else?
Well, how about that? Old auto doc's back online. Well, alright, come here, let's have a look at you. You are, without a doubt, the healthiest son of a bitch I've ever seen wandering the big empty. Ain't got no use for an old digital sawbones like me.
Can you do anything beyond healing?
Well, firstly, I would say providing wholeness of the body is service enough, but if you must know, I'm also programmed with cosmetical subroutines. Diagnostic says they're offline at the moment, though. Something about corrupted data files and all manner of such foolishness. If you want a haircut or a nose job that won't leave you looking like a ghoul with alopecia, you'll have to find replacement discs for them. Also, and I won't swear to this, but I recollect at some point having a few implant installation modules. Can't speak to where they got to, though. And rightly so, I should think. Alright then, let me just fire up the old interface for you.
Ah. Get a haircut. Okay. Hmm.
Might I be of service, sir?
Implant C13 is now available. Implant Y3 is available.
You require some additional services?
Cosmetics. Okay. Install implants. Cazador damage reduced 8,000 caps. Thanks.
You require some additional...
Y3 drinking radiation removed. Yes.
That's... Scalpel. Fish scalpel.
Alright. Don't have the jukebox. Do I have Muggy? No. Aw. What else is there? Ooh. Based on the other tanks in the room, you can safely assume this is where your brain would be floating. It's currently missing from both the tank and its proper place in your head, but you seem to be doing fine without it. Here's your spine. Without a brain stem to snap it onto, here it floats. Your back doesn't feel any different. If anything, whatever was placed in there makes you feel stronger. Apparently, cranial surgery complications required its removal. And until your brain is returned, your heart can't be trusted to keep beating in your body. Your new heart seems to be working just fine, however. It's pretty nice. Alright. Toaster? Anything else?
That was a nice little cat nap. How long was I out?
A light switcher that turns me on? I must be dreaming.
Oh, you. I bet you say that to all the light switches. Now I know you're flirting with me, and it's working. Why don't you take this to remember me by?
Meeting. I saw another light switch in the room. Do you control that one too?
Oh, her. Trust me, sweetie, you're better off not thinking about that frigid little ice queen.
Bad blood between you or circuits?
That bitch. She thinks she's so much better than everybody just because her processors are bigger. Ooh, she makes me so mad.
Alright.
Have you been flirting with the ice queen again? Oh, I'm so much more fun.
Alright then. Is there another... No. It's probably everything other than the light switch and the jukebox. Yeah.
There is no standing on the green pipes. If you are standing on the green pipes, please get off them at once.
Right. Just throw our excess crap in here for now. Yep. Doesn't really do all that much damage. Wrong axes. Alright. Good. And out we go. Oh. That's something. Alright. Yeah, let's hit the transmitter array. Make sure the gun is out. Yep. We gotta go that way. No, you don't. Ooh, another crate. Dickhead? Oh my god. Good. Good. God damn it. Piss off. Let's take that. Seriously? Fuck it. Not worth it.
We are reading increased levels of berserkity and securitrons from the deconstruction plant.
Who's shooting me? You. Eat piss. Thanks. What? Hello. Good. It's good. Go in here first. God damn it. Just assume can't see me. Also, that is some bullshit that I can take. Ulysses' point. What? Huh. Is that a ham radio? Yep. Damn it. Sounds 22, combat knife. Huh. No. Oh. Patient logs.
Don't want to argue philosophy with you. Brotherhood are preservationists. Tech in the wrong hands, it's dangerous. Mojave's proof.
No denying that. Proof's here in this crater, all around us. Your tribe, the Brotherhood. Haven't met many of you. Wanted to. Thought you might be the last chance for the Mojave, the West, the East. But you're all the same mind. Obsessed.
Elijah is obsessed. He's mad. It's why they ordered his execution.
Two or more alike.
All right. So that's our first time hearing Ulysses' voice.
Didn't think you'd make it back.
Almost didn't. Got my answers. You're Elijah. He met the gods in this place. Did a good job of making them question the way of things.
Do you know where he went?
He's gone to the Sierra Madre. That's a special kind of hell. He won't come back. Someone smarter, tougher is going to kill him. If the Madre doesn't.
I have to go after him.
Not going to talk you out of it. Know what it means to track someone you share history with. Got a meeting of my own.
That courier?
Get him to come to me. Got a message for him. Like the message he had for me. Make them walk the road west, straight and true. Sink their feet in old world ash. Let storms tear at them. See the divide. See what happened.
The divide? There's nothing there.
Nothing there. Like the big empty. The Sierra Madre. No. The old world sleeps there. Sure as the flag I carry. The courier knows the way. And at the divide, he and I, there, we'll have an ending to things.
Damn. All right.
Try to leave your dome, think tank, and you will be punished by the pincered might of my Robo-Scorpion army.
The fuck is that? How do I... Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna walk across that just to see where the fuck that is. That's gonna be a pain. That's definitely odd. A character we have never seen. Trying to... Okay. Glitches still happening. Yeah, very rarely... Oh, fuck. Very rarely mentioned. And we've only now heard his voice. It's interesting. Not sure why there's landmines up here. It has to be something useful. Duffel bag. Search. There's nothing here. The fuck? Surgical tube. What the fuck? Was that just... Oh, hello. That was bait. And there's a camera there. Oh, that's the fucking trauma harness. Okay. Oh yeah, they got multi-plasma rifles. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing in that. Oh shit. Seriously?
Please avoid Boomtown for the foreseeable future until weapon testing is resolved.
Huh. So the flag is Ulysses. Hello. God. Okay. Don't have enough armor piercing. All right. Thank you. What? Oh, he's under the stairs. Oh no, he's above me. Fuck. Okay.
Continued resistance is unlawful.
Don't know what I just picked up. Oh fuck. Thanks.
Put down your weapons and submit to authority.
No. Yeah, this is gonna get us through this. The good boy gun. Hopefully. that goes outside. Huh.
Anyone who can understand these messages, you do not belong here. We will find you.
Trying to steal the H2 transmitter array antenna, are you? You won't succeed. Not if my lethal robo-scorpions have any say in the matter.
What? Oh, yeah, they're just outside. Okay. Yeah, that won't be a problem. Just, get my boy out. Armor piercing. Wow, that really does fucking nothing. Are they trying to get up here? Yeah. God. All right. Good boy's getting hotkeyed. Where's this door go?
Soon the technologies will be safe. Attack!
Wait a minute, I have a fucking... What is this? Yeah, it's a fucking energy stick. Just whack them. Where does this even go? Cuckoo's nest. I'm assuming that's it. Graves here. It's a lot of graves. Holy fuck. That is a lot of... I don't need the 9mm pistol. And I don't have Maria to repair, so... Yeah. Oh god. Okay. Teddy bear? Oh, hello. Yeah, that doesn't do fucking anything. Who is shooting me? Who? Who? Oh, hello. God. Get over here. Oh, good. Good. It's more of them. Oh, goody. Is that a fucking... The fuck are there artillery cannons here for? Left field artillery. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, hello. Ultimobot. Does nothing. Full metal jacket. Thanks. Yep, okay, good thing we have this. Oh. Lair. Yes. What the fuck is lair? Oh, Jesus. There's another one. Oh! Oh! Okay, hello. You're a robot. So, hi. Yep. Good. Gatling laser. Give me that. Give me that ammo. Thanks. Holy shit. Oh, this is one of his hideouts. Nice. Oh my fucking god. Is there anything up here worth taking? Oh! Well, apparently, because they're trying to kill me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Right, then. Test fire? You're joking, right? Holy shit. Right. Holy fuck.
What terrors does Big Mountain hold for the intrepid seeker? Really? No, I'm at a loss.
Standard missile launcher. Cool. Oh, yeah. Just some human flesh, don't worry about it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just... yeah. No robots? Good. Good. Explosive skill book. Photon throwing axes. Nice. Is that all that's in here? Yep. God damn. Okay. Well, all that's left is Higgs Village. Check that out, I guess. Oh, hello. Yeah, that shreds through them. Like butter. Like fucking cheese. This thing is really just a fucking plasma, or not plasma. It's a fucking Tesla coil gun with exposed primaries. That's not safe. Yeah. Just, you know, easing on the side of caution. Erring on the side of caution. Fuck. Somebody drinks a lot. Faces carved out of the photo. Yep, definitely an alcoholic. Dr. Klein scrubs. Interesting. So, this is Dr. Klein's place? That's a lot of fucking ammo. Like, that is a shit ton of ammo. Nothing under the bed, is there? No. Behind the bookshelf? Bookcase? No. Alright. Someone died with a camera? Toaster. Science book skill. Science skill book. Okay. Nothing terribly interesting other than that skill book. Right. Vacuum cleaner. Basement door. Damn it. Okay. Dog. Oh. This is the idiot that... Fuck. Okay. Stabs teddy bears. And does other things. Yep. Oh. Nothing terribly interesting in here. All right. At least we know whose house this is, yeah. Yeah, give me that. Medicine book. Oh. Hmm. Eight's house? Maybe. Lots of sound equipment. All right. Audio sample opera singer. Found a recalibration file for the sonic emitter. Take it to the jukebox in the sink to recalibrate the sonic emitter for new effects. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Oh. Well, we know whose place this is. Yep. That we do. Huh. All right. Yep. 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 Zero. That's a Securitron. Zero was complaining about Securitrons. I guess he's reverse engineering them. Yep, he wanted him dead. He wanted House dead. He's collecting Securitrons. Giant tarantula. Yep. Can I actually listen to those? No. All right. This is 101 again. We've been in there. Haven't been in here yet, I think. 102. Wait. Alright, this is where I came in from. Check behind the houses, I guess. Just in case Vault 22 crap is here. Ooh. It's a lot of crap to have hiding here. Right then. Dog. Oh, there's another thing. All right. Right then. Check the shit over here. Oh, hello. Hi. Stripe. Stripe is fucking tough. Hi. Bye. Oh my fucking god. Ah! Oh. Good job. Well, dogfight. What? Full metal jacket. Chicken leg. Gabe's bowl. Well then, that was exciting. Not sure what else there is here. Oh, that was eventful. Also, yeah. Is there anything on the roof by any chance? Yes, there is. And game can't let me jump, apparently. Yep. Good. Oh, you son of a bitch, thanks. And can't jump to the other one. Unless there's stuff on the roof of the other houses. Maybe. Possible. Should be able to jump onto the top from over there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not sure there'll be anything worthwhile. It's worth checking though. Oh. Drugs. Nice. Whole bunch of nothing. Fuck. Fuck off. Probably nothing up there. Probably nothing. I would not be surprised. Nope. Not a thing. All right. Out we go. And the high school. Okay. We've already been to the research center. High school horror. Let's do this. Yeah. Well, it's the same place, I guess. Begin the institutional test at X8 test terminal. Test subject information. In this test, you will take on the role of one of those evil commies infiltrating an institution of honest American learning. Don't worry, citizen, it's just for pretend. Your objective is to steal documents that a real dirty commie traitor, which you're not, could use to brainwash our children, which you wouldn't do. This test will help us to protect our children's fragile minds from the agents of international communism. Agents like you. Just kidding. We know you're a Laura. Yeah. Internal memo. Subjects will be informed that we are gauging the effectiveness of communist infiltration of American schools. They won't know about the cyber dogs until they actually begin the testing process. Test A engages cyberdog protection protocols alongside standard automated systems. Test B adds protectrons to the previous test. Test B also includes some basic tests for the field disruptor capacitance module. Until further notice, please do not enter the residential cyberdog test area or conduct any experiments using it. The cyberdogs are still being programmed, and any disturbance could have dramatic influence on their progress. Restricting access in this fashion should also help to avoid any repeat of incident. Playtime settlements for which are coming directly out of the budget. Dr. Gail Richardson, test engineer. Okay. Brains. Okay. Oh, it's a good thing I have this. Nope. This. Yeah. And there's no way in there. Good shit. Oh, nice. Coffin. Oh, fuck off. Grave robbing. That's how they made the cyber dogs. Yep. Dog and robot splicing. Oh, God. This holotape contains dog and robot splicing data that can be used at the X8 biomechanical splicing plant. Right. The X13 facility has loaned us their EM pulse wave module prototype for the sonic emitter for use in our data retrieval test simulations. The module allows the sonic emitter to disable certain force fields. Do not allow test subjects to leave the X8 facility with this module, even though it won't work outside Big MT. It's a security nightmare. Thank you all for your attention in this matter. Dr. Adam Figgis, PhD, DMV, DDM, DD, test supervisor. Yes, Project Burke involves some less science-minded individuals, but some less science-minded individuals might call grave robbing. Yes, we're forced into this situation due to budget cuts. No, none of the senior staff uses the bodies for anything else. In regards to the rumor that Project Hare engages in liquidation operations against non-military targets to produce research subjects, I will not dignify them with a response. Any other questions? While programming the new residential cyberdog model to retrieve objects thrown by human beings for purposes of enjoyment, I accidentally used an audio sample recording of its bark as the object to be fetched. The cyberdog has now become attached to the sample and displayed signs of aggressive tendencies when I attempted to recover it. I have left it in the residential reconstruction area until it is needed. I believe the cyberdog has buried it. Huh. Boy, if only I could have brought Rex with me. That'd be great. Kennel. Right. Well, we're gonna check upstairs real quick. First and foremost. Yo, what's up? Oh god, please tell me this isn't what I think it is. I really hope this isn't what I think it is. Right. Due to recent government mandated cutbacks to our funding, only 3 experiments may be performed per day. We do not have infinite kennel space here in X8. Only 1 cyberdog beyond those needed for this testing process may be created. Clear any and all debris from the platform before conducting any splicing experiments. Experiments are not allowed outside the X8 facility. Finally, security must be disabled before experiments can be run. Security has not been disabled. Wait, hold on. Did I? Yeah. Okay. That is what I think it is. That creates RoboBrains. Well, that's a little horrible. Gotta save real quick. Basic test. For this test, you must use any means necessary to retrieve 3 student files from an average high school. Basic security protocols have been activated. Success, retrieve 3 student files. All right. Thanks, mysterious stranger.
Especially if you can make a magnificent catheter. Enough about me.
the children have been subverted by red propaganda. This is a most serious matter, requiring the most serious of detentions. Can you spell detention? I'll tell you how I spell it. Death tension. Commie Pico traitors? All! Now, I will send vicious cybernetic cyborg dogs through the corridors to weed all you traitors out. They will sniff out which among you have chosen the commie path. You, Betsy Bright, who turned me down to the high school dance so you could smoke with Richie Marcus. All monitors will also be vigilant. Step outside during class, and they'll make sure you make a speedy jump back to your desk. Hold your urine and wait for the proper bathroom break time.
Nice. Oh. Oh, so those just get fucking deleted when they die. Okay. Retrieve Richie Marcus midterm grades. F double minus? Holy fuck. Ball lover. Okay. Good. Good. Just gonna assume this book's not here. Yeah.
You are in the library. Be quiet here and think.
Dangerously low condition. Right. Good to know. Cherry O'Brien's schedule. All right. Oh, they don't see the force field. Nice. All right. That broke. Or it's gonna break. Yeah, and I can't repair it. Probably don't have to, but might be nice. Oh, good. Good. Oh, he doesn't see me. Sweet. Trophies. There's no words on them. Alright. Bunch of nothing.
Down at the end of the hall is ball storage for jocks who like balls.
Unexcused absences 7, disruptive behavior 3, smoking on school property 11. Nice. A bunch of shit. Oh, hello. That's just a regular ass fucking brain sitting there. We've had a small issue with one of our Y12 trauma harnesses. Sadly, a member of the X12 research team choked on a buffalo gourd seed and died while working late last night. For some reason, his Y11 trauma harness will not shut down. In fact, it has become malfunctioning and causing the late Mr. Harris to attack other employees. Do you have any prototypes you could lend us as a means to stop it? I'm sending over the K9000 Cyberdog gun. It should do the trick. Let me know if you have any operational questions. We've had another unfortunate occurrence. While attempting to destroy Mr. Harris's trauma suit, a disaster control team member carrying the gun slipped and fell, dropping the weapon unarmed. The team had to flee and seal off the lab. Unfortunately, your K9000 Cyberdog gun was sealed inside X12. Well, I have that, don't I? Yeah. Damn. Aw. Dog's playing poker. Sit, stay, kill. Aw. Good boys. Robots in here.
The residential
Where the fuck is Gabe then? Huh. Kennels. Residential observation. Right. Yep, fucked. Man, really fucking did that, huh? Yep. Dr. Richardson, we've just received the latest shipment of dogs for the CyberDog experiment process, but, well, frankly, I think our supplier screwed us. The animals must be basically feral. Every time we get close to the shipping kennels, they let out with the most god-awful hissing and, well, rattling is the only way I can describe it. Please advise, should we open the kennels or just send them back? So at Dr. Richardson's request, we opened one of those kennels from our latest shipment. The dog inside, and I use that term very loosely, appeared to be suffering from a truly horrendous case of mange, and upon being released, it immediately attacked, killed, and attempted to swallow the whole specialist Ackers. Luckily, the situation has, for now at least, contained itself, as SPC Ackers was a very large man and the creature has choked to death. Does anyone know anything about this shipment? Please advise. In light of the large number of fatalities due to the latest shipment of experimental test subjects, the shipping department is going into lockdown. I give you my personal assurance that as soon as this plague of monsters has been dealt with, I will work overtime to get your deliveries to you in a timely and efficient manner. As I am currently the only surviving member of the shipping department, however, there may still be some delays. Until then, Dr. Kalis in X13 has the pass card for the area. Skippy, sole survivor. In our last supervisor meeting, we discussed the possible benefits of small shipping accident. We are considering studying the unexpected specimens' behavior by releasing them into our test area before removing them from the X8 facility. The shipping department will remain in lockdown until a decision has been reached. Dr. M. Figus, test supervisor. What did that say? Finds the key to the X8 kennels. Hey. Okay. Huh. All right then. The parameters for this test are currently incomplete. Beware of dog. Oh, good. Let's just, Hi, Gabe. Oh.
Some of them coming in line. 4, as in forbidden. Do you hear me, think tank? It is I, Mobius, hacking your frequenosity. Mobius? 3, as in we. As in we are in trouble. That didn't rhyme. 2, as in too late. 1, as in
Huh. Okay then. So Gabe just exploded. All right. Sweet. So then, oh, Gabriel's bark. Oh, hello. Thanks, Misfortune. Edgies, 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 edgies. Well, that's broken.
Level 49! Oh shit!
Whew. Oh. Oh no. Okay. They're just everywhere, huh? Yeah. Right. Oh. Begin the institutional test. Well then. Advanced institutional test. All right.
Attention, students. This is the pre-recorded voice of your pre-recorded principal, Dr. Principal Boss.
The sonic emitter can disable force fields now. Good. Good. So, in other words, sonic emitter. There we go. Please die. Thank you. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Thanks. Yeah, I'll be fucked if that doesn't help substantially. Is that the stairs? And don't disable that one. Yeah. They're great. The fucking dumbass robots. All right. Pretty sure there was a force field that had some shit. Hiding behind it. Let's see.
School is a sacred trust. Even though I am a long-ago graduate of this hated facility, now I see its worth and see it was corrupted by fraternities and girls. Yuck.
Still not over that, man? Okay.
Citizens are advised to clear the area.
Good. Good. Oh, right. Fuck. Ah! There we go. Yep, we're good. Just heal. Thanks. Yeah. Good. Yeah. I still hear some doggos. Just a few. Nope. Still going this way. Right. Well, that's done. So... Oh, shit. Shit. Right. Let's use some pulse grenades. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you sure you scanned?
That failed spectacularly. Oh, right. Aim for the stinger. Right.
No match for science.
Nice. Nice. What's over here again? Right. Bunch of shit. Bunch of shit. Let's see. Let's see how this works. Splice, lobotomite, and dog. Goo. Okay. Splice, lobotomite, and robot.
Feel different, awake, alive for the first time ever. What is this strange new world around me? What does it hold in store for a dreamer such as myself?
So, yeah, that's a robo-brain before it's been programmed. Splice, robot, and dog. That the good boy? Roxy!
Hi there. Hi. Come with me.
He's a good day. Yeah. Where's Roxy? Oh shit, okay.
Think tech. I wouldn't even use binary to describe my exponential hatred for you.
Hold on. Roxy, hi. She won't exit here. Oh wow. X13 facility. That's yeah. Okay. Run. Just run. Not worth it. Yep. Not worth it. All right. Oh! Oh! Okay. Hello. Yeah. Right. Well, let's see. Cyberdog gun still works, right? Yeah, yeah. No, you don't. No, you don't. Over here. Fuck, 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 fuck. Armor's broke. Good. Yep. Good. Mm-hmm. No, I don't want to use more stealth boys. Thank you. Test subject 1. Photonic inversal axe. Yeah, sure. Why not? Holy crap. That's the toaster. They're worshipping it. Nice. Okay. Damn. Damn. I just realized the name of this place is a fucking reference. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Camera. Who the fuck? Will they stop coming after me, please? Holy fuck. Holy shit. That's trauma harness. Those are trauma harnesses. Right. So I got the toaster and you.
Ah, good day, citizen. Library Processing Unit 232.7 is online and ready to eradicate sedition.
Eradicate sedition?
Of course, citizen. That's my duty and sole joy in life. All those books from before the war, full of seditious, treasonous, complicated thoughts. Just dump them in and lickety-split. I'll have them pumped, scrubbed clean, and pressed out again clean and white and sedition-free.
So you make blank books. Yeah, I can find use for those.
Now you're thinking like a citizen, citizen. Questions are dangerously close to independent thought, citizen.
What's the point of making blank books?
Blank books are better for the mind, citizen. Real science by real men in lab coats has proved that introducing outside thoughts confuses the brain. Blank books encourage the reader not to question, but to blindly and zealously accept what's put in front of him. Also, I suppose you could use them to keep a journal.
You do anything besides processing books?
What good is eradicating sedition if the malcontents have ready access to the means to make more, citizen? I could also process pencils and clipboards. Wait a moment. Pencil processors offline? Pencil processors offline? Apologies, citizen. It seems traitors have absconded with that module. If you can find a backup copy of the module, I will happily eradicate your ability to create seditious literature.
Uh-huh.
Stay loyal, citizen.
God, if I could just fucking burn that, that'd be great.
I smell sedition.
I am online once again! Tremble, world, before my electric heating coil of...
I'm almost afraid to ask what your function is.
You should be afraid! I am the scourge of all small appliances, and the boogeyman that keeps lesser toasters awake at night.
You murder toasters?
Not just murder! I tear them apart and render them down to their base components. Once their guts are spilled, you can do with them what you like.
We got some toasters for you.
Well, what have we got here? Another innocent little toaster. Come here. I won't hurt you. Ha! Gotcha! Oh yes, the sweet smell of spilled electric guts. The sparking diodes. I fucking live for this!
Processed toasters and appliance, yeah. Oh! Superheat the Saturnite fist. Fuck yeah.
Yes! Yes! Soon my work will be complete. Soon the world will burn in nuclear fire.
You know the world already burned in nuclear fire, right?
Soon I will... What? It did?
Yeah, a couple centuries ago, in fact.
Really? Well, fuck! That really puts a damper on the toaster's mood. Oh well. No use crying over spilled Armageddon. Where was I? Oh right. Soon the world will burn in nuclear fire! Again!
What else do you do?
You want some weapon schematics? I can show you some fucking weapon schematics! You want a superheated Saturnite power fist? I can hook that shit up!
Alright.
You find one, you bring it on back here, and we'll burn this mother down! Like I said, bring me a Saturnite power fist, and I'll hook that shit up for you! Got any more sweet, innocent little kitchen appliances for me?
Alright. Nice. What does that look like, superheated? Ooh. Glowy. Damn. Alright. Do I have other modules? Maybe. Find missing modules for the toaster, Muggy, and the book chute. Oh wait, do I have Muggy? Yo. Nope. Alright. You?
Oh my. Partial functionality restored. That's less than optimal. Oh, well, that's very sweet of you. Maybe one of these nights we can discuss theorems?
Yeah, sure.
Me too. Hope you can keep up. I work pretty fast. Here, something for you to brush up on.
What function do you serve?
Dr. Mobius and I were deeply involved in research on the ability of light levels to enhance human cognition.
What were the results?
We observed a fascinating phenomenon. Certain spectra of visible light actually increased cognitive function and reasoning ability. Of course, Dr. Mobius's brain is so big already, we had a hard time measuring it.
Can you turn those lights on for me?
As much as I'd love to, I'm afraid not. The data from that study has gone missing. You'll have to find a backup if you want to use the smart lights. Certainly. I'm looking forward to it. How can I illuminate you?
Alright. The sink?
You've been working with that biological research station, haven't you? I suppose you'll want to clean up.
Nah.
Well, hello. Still waiting for that seed. It's the miracle of life, baby. You bring me some succulent genetic samples, and I'll work my mojo on them. Clone you up all kinds of plants. Oh, yeah. I can also break them down for you, if you're into the kinky stuff. Bring me any old plant parts, and I'll grind them up into salient cream for you. Yeah, you like that, don't you, baby?
So if I bring you samples of dried plant life, you can clone them and grow them in these planters.
You know it, baby. I just need some samples, and I got you going. Take a few days, but trust me, it's all kinds of good. Just the miracle of life in sticky, gooey liquid form, baby. Heat that gunk up over a campfire, and just watch it congeal into all kinds of plants. Hurry back with that seed now, baby.
Alright. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, dig that sweet music. Damn, it's good to be back online.
What's your purpose here?
Dig, I'm an acoustical wizard, kid. Old Doc Mo used me to prototype his sonic weapon designs. Get me a good sample base to work from, and I can whip up a wave that makes Jericho look like a kazoo.
Do anything like that for me?
Got yourself a sonic emitter, don't you? Thought so. Bring that old thing on in here and bring me some sound samples, and I'll make that baby sing. Or scream, if that's what you want. Right on, Daddy. Let's spin some grooves.
Have you been poking at the other light switch?
What's the haps? Right on, Daddy-o. Just plug it in and I'll mix you up a sweet, sweet sound. Right on.
Alright.
You know she's riddled with viri, don't you?
Huh. Ooh.
What's the hat?
Incendiary. Nice. Opera singer? Critical kill dismemberment, EMP. Okay.
What's the haps?
Oh.
What's the hap? What's the hap?
Hmm.
I ever tell you about Saxomatron version 4.0? That cat was the best trumpet player I ever met.
Right then. Anything else in here? No.
Might I be of service, sir? Regrettably not, sir. All modules in this habitat are synthetic personalities atop a mundane operating system. There is no intelligence here, sir.
You mean there are other personality modules here?
Indeed, sir. Though if Sir's aim is to activate them, I lament to inform, sir, that most have been offline for some years. If Sir were to ask my opinion, I should venture that Sir...
So I can access their functions without loading personality holotapes.
Tragically, the core operating systems are also located on the personality tapes, sir. Once the tape is installed, Sir may request I switch their dialectic interfaces off, and I shall oblige with great delectation. However, Sir will still be required to locate and install a backup holotape to access their functionality.
Why are so many personality modules?
He crafted the personality model. As I am given to understand, sir, this facility was once the property of a Dr. Mobius. He crafted the personality modules as part of a collection of experiments on the subject of machine-human interface. As to the reason for the unusual choices of devices to receive the modules, I cannot say. Very good, sir.
Yep. Yep. Definitely need that shit repaired. Holy crap. Alright. What else? Don't have enough caps to repair lair. Okay. That should be good. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You require some additional service.
Yeah, so the psychological evaluation, that is a stats change. The only one we don't have is Muggy. All right.
Have you been flirting with the Ice Queen again? Ugh, I'm so much more fun.
Yeah, shut up. Yeah, I'm gonna call that good for now, because it's 5 a.m. Yeah. Completely lost track of time there, but no. Anyways. I had fun. It was good. It was good. Oh boy. So, before I go, oh boy. Yeah, we are, well, no, sorry. What was I saying? But before I go, yeah, so it's October, and it's been sort of a running tradition on this channel for a few years now that every October I stream SCP Containment Breach. Now, last year, I said I was gonna do a thing with that game, which was play the multiplayer version of Containment Breach. I never got around to it, but I am still keeping that on the docket. And my buddy Pierce made a recommendation of something I can do. If Discord will fucking load, thank you. What the fuck did you say? Yeah, he is challenging me to play Containment Breach, but the only items I can pick up are the clearance cards. I don't know if it is physically fucking possible to do that. Yeah. Now, mind you, I have never once fucking beat SCP Containment Breach. Not a single goddamn time. Not once. As is tradition, I will probably be streaming it Halloween or Hallows Eve. Whichever one works out better. Probably both. If it's gonna be a bunch of piss. Is what that's gonna be, yeah. Oh boy. That is gonna be some piss. Yes indeed. Oh good fucking gravy. Anyways. Yeah, I'll see you guys all then. Let's see. It's the 18th right now, so I got about a week or two, about 2 weeks to figure out a game plan for that. I'm also going to fucking go to fuck to sleep. because I need to go to sleep. Yeah. I'm enjoying all Roll Blues. But yeah, definitely the first couple of minutes is just fucking... The first half hour is just Exposition Hell. Because, yeah, if you are the motherfucker that goes out of his way to exhaust dialogue, you're literally gonna be sat in the sink for... Like, you're gonna be sat in the think tank for literally half an hour. Not capable of fucking doing anything, really. So that's some piss. I like it. It's a complimentary DLC to all the other shit that you did previously. So that would be nice, hopefully. Anyways, yeah, I figured out how to get the presets going in OBS, so I can switch back and forth between 69 and 4x3 setups without needing to completely redo everything. So that's nice, and nothing stretched or anything. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Also, I might do the scariest thing I've ever done in my fucking, what is it, 6 years of streaming? Stream TF2 again. In its present fucking state. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's gonna be fucking miserable. If you don't know, TF2 currently has a massive bot problem. You can't play the game whatsoever. Like in casual mode without at least like 3 out of 5 times you join a game, it just being full of bots that instant headshot you. Not only that, but they flood the server and go out of their way to kick real players. So that the only thing on the server is bots. So if you join a game, you instantly get kicked. Literally, the game is fucking unplayable at times, especially on off hours. So we'll do that later this week sometime. And yeah, it'll be hopefully not completely miserable. I will need to have my VPN active while we're doing that, because people will perform bullshit if I don't. Streaming TF2 is a miserable fucking experience, which is why I don't do it anymore. Yeah, if you get any amount of traffic while streaming TF2, people in the server, people watching the stream, someone will show up, join your game, and because Steam doesn't encrypt IPs, we'll just fucking, scrub your IP and DDoS you while you're live. So you need a VPN to fucking stream that game. It's miserable. I do love the game though, despite the fact that Volvo does not fucking update it, and that's some piss. Anyways, who we have live at the moment? The host function doesn't fucking work anymore, so I have to do proper raids. It's piss. Yeah, you know what? Well, let's try it. Let's see if there's somebody. Let's see if there's somebody actually. No, it's nobody's streaming that right now. No one's live. It's 5 a.m. It's fucking. Let's see. Browse some bullshit. Why don't we? How is it there's no one streaming in the categories I follow on Twitch right now? That's actually kind of insane. Yeah. Let's see. Piss. Okay. Yeah, no one's live. Well. I'll let you all listen to some bullshit. Oh, let's see. You know, fucking sector sweep. Nah, wait, no, that's not. No. Not sector sweep. Bullshit. Some bullshit. Maybe. Fuck it. Play this out. End the stream with. Yeah.
Emergency paging.
There you go. Anyways, I'll let this play out till it finishes and then I'll end the stream. But yeah. Happy Halloween. Drink piss. Love yourselves, all that jazz. Have a wonderful day. And peace the fuck out.